Good morning, everyone. It is now 9:04 on Halloween morning. Thank you all. We will now open the meeting for the, for the Transportation Improvement Program TIP Subcommittee meeting. With that, I'd like to ask Sonia to complete a roll call of our voting members.
We have Heidi Lashon online from Town of Marana. Thomas Garcia from Town of Sahuarita is also online. Rodriguez from Town of Our Valley is in the room. We have Mark Hoffman from ADOT here. Robin Rain from City of Tucson. Catherine Skinner from Seward County. Scott Riverdale from Tucson Airport Authority. And also Patricia Pablo from Zona Automation.
Good morning. So we do have a quorum, and I'd also like to go around the room and just make sure we introduce ourselves. Jeanette, if I could start with you, please.
Jeanette Duran, Transportation Planning Director here at PAG.
Jose Rodriguez, Town of Borval.
Robin Rain, City of Tucson.
And Predio, City of Tucson.
Evans, City of Tucson.
Don Garcia, Administrative Support, PAG.
Carolyn Laurie, PAG.
Sonia Kelly with PAG.
Paul Casertano, Pima County DOT.
Catherine Skinner, Pima County Transportation.
Amy Brown with PAG.
James Chow, PAG RTA.
Rick Ellis, PAG RTA.
Good morning, Rod Lane with the Arizona Department of Transportation.
Thank you. And then online, Heidi, can you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Heidi Lasham, Town of Marana, CIP Engineering Division Manager.
Thank you. Patricia Pablo, can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Patricia Pablo with Athona Autumn Nation.
Morning, Patricia. Scott Robideau with Tucson Airport Authority.
Scott Robideau, Manager of Planning with the Tucson Airport Authority.
Morning, Scott. Let's see, and we also have Thomas Garcia.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thomas Garcia with the Town of Sahuarita.
Thank you, everyone. This morning we have a pretty full agenda, and we'd like to ask that we keep our comments under about 5 minutes so everyone can have an opportunity to speak, and also so we can. We also request that any motions or commentary about a vote be held by the person that is the voting authority for that position. At that this morning. And then with that, I think we are done with our housekeeping items, and we'll move to agenda item 2, in-kind reporting. Regional planning efforts are enhanced by reporting times donated by attendees, volunteers, and participants. PAG collects data on the time dedicated to meetings and activities to apply towards the use of matching funds or grants of federal dollars. If you're paid with federal dollars, please let us know now. Time spent in preparation for this meeting will be estimated by PAG staff who are knowledgeable of the agenda and meeting material. At the conclusion of this meeting, the session report will automatically count your time spent in this meeting. Time spent working on PAG and RTA initiatives, programs, and special projects may also be eligible for consideration for matching. That we move to agenda item 3. TIP development process update, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Brown.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to provide an update on the TIP development process. And this is something that we'd like to continue to do with our committees moving into November and continuing through the TIP development process. During the TIP subcommittee meeting last month in September, I provided an overview of some key points for this TIP development process. As we all know, it's a unique process. That included that this is the first TIP that includes program years beyond the sunset of the current RTA plan. Also, programming of funds on RTA development projects has been clearly guided by RTA board approved IGAs or the RTA plan funding targets based on the RTA administrative code. Now that the administrative code targets have been met, supplemental RTA funding for projects will be provided on a case-by-case basis as funding is identified and consistent with the statutory priorities. RTA funds will be programmed to the board's sole discretion through RTA's budgeting process. There's less flexibility to simply roll over park funds on projects. And until a new TIP is adopted, we can continue to amend the current TIP as needed. I also talked about the March 29th memo that was shared with the TIP subcommittee meeting, excuse me, TIP subcommittee that referred to the regional council discussion at the March meeting. And as described in that memo, the first step in the process for RTA projects that we'll be talking about today, the RTA roadway element projects, is to identify those that can be federalized so that the region's suballocation of federal STBG can be programmed. This will be followed by programming of HERF 12-6 funds on projects in those fiscal years. Started this process in September, and we hope to continue that process today and make significant progress. The March memo also stated that moving forward to address funding needs on RTA roadway element projects, the RTA board will program supplemental RTA excise tax dollars or sales tax dollars on projects that are construction ready on a pay-as-you-go basis. So during the last TIP subcommittee meeting, several members requested to hear directly from project sponsors on the status of RTA roadway element projects. So earlier this month, we sent out a request for project sponsors for the RTA roadway element projects to submit responses to about 9 questions. And we've got some slides that we'll walk through later in this interview. In terms of projections for revenue availability, at the last TIP subcommittee meeting in September, we presented on the revisions to the funding available for the STBG greater than 200,000 population band or population category. As you may recall, these downward projections were due to the rebalancing caused by the 2020 census redistribution in the urban areas. This morning we'll provide updates, including the STBG forecast for the other population bands and the interim forecast for HERF 12-6. The last item on the agenda will focus on programming recommendations. A key change from the last meeting is that we have extended the fiscal years to include fiscal year 2029. Over the past several months, we've kept our options open to potentially approve the TIP earlier than May of 2024. However, at this point, May approval is the most likely scenario. And since FY24 will almost be completed by then, we think it's best to include fiscal year 2029. For the last agenda item, ADOT staff will present on a proposed TIP amendment. To stay on schedule, ADOT is seeking to bring this to the regional council in early December. Also, we'll continue focus on RTA roadway element programming recommendations for STBG and HERF 12-6, as I mentioned. And this will also serve as a funding needs analysis exercise to determine what the remaining funding gap is on RTA projects. Please keep in mind that fiscal year 24 through 26 recommendations will be processed as TIP updates. Fiscal year 27 through 29 recommendations will be included in the draft TIP project list to be adopted during the TIP development cycle. In terms of the timeline for the TIP development process, we're currently in the project list development phase. As the project lists are finalized, the technical analysis can commence, including travel demand modeling, GIS mapping, Title VI analysis, air quality conformity analysis, and a performance assessment will be developed. Following the technical analysis, the next phase is draft TIP development and public involvement. Our goal is to hold the TIP open houses in March, followed by completing the final draft and commencing the 30-day public comment period in April, prior to requesting regional council approval in May. Share all this because there's a lot to do in the coming months, and to stay on schedule, it's critical that we get the project list completed in the coming weeks. Also, in the coming days, we will be sending an updated request for information on grant-funded projects, locally funded projects, and completed projects. As you may recall, we submitted a request last fall. We'd like to resubmit that in case anything has changed. And then finally, I guess that concludes my update. I'm happy to take any questions. If there's anything specific on anything I mentioned, for example, on the revenue projections, we can also discuss that those questions during those agenda items. Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Brown? Thank you, Jamie. Next item on the agenda is status updates on RTA roadway element projects for lead agencies for determining RTA funding needs of lead projects. We'll be going through a listing of slides this morning. The information was shared with us by our member jurisdiction. Just by a show of hands, I wonder, there's 2 options that we have on this. So one, we can ask questions on each slide. So if we have a question about item A, we complete that conversation at that point, or B, we could wait until the end of the conversation. So, I have a show of hands for A. Okay, that seems pretty unanimous, so we don't need to move on to item B. Looks like everyone online is in agreement. Presentation. And our first presenter today is Mr. Mark Hoffman with ADOT. Mark?
Okay, so on this project, this is the I-10 Albert and Wade Valencia Barraza aviation. Design was initiated this week, 23, and expect to have project ready for construction right now. This is the fourth period project, RTA project. Design up to this point has been initiated. We've, as through the RMAP 2055 project review, we've updated the project costs from what we had identified in the CR, which is 147.4 million. Adjusted that cost based on the construction cost index to for inflation and all that cost index. That's
Slide, please. And Mark, I'm being asked if you could please speak.
sure. Is it at
Blinking green, it should be on.
okay.
Blinking red.
The battery. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. A little colorblind. Again, the factors that led to the increase in the cost is the inflation in the construction cost index. The funding gap is we're waiting on the fiscal year 29 RAC allocation, the ADOT STP to the region. So we'll have a better idea at that time. That should be out in November. So we'll have a good idea of what that funding gap is going to be at that time for the construction. As far as the local fund commitments, the RAC allocation includes both the state match and the federal aid. So that's already accounted for in the allocation. And at this time, the RTA contribution is unknown. And then, ADOT will be able to obligate the funds as currently programmed in the TIP.
Mr. Hoffman, if I could ask you to briefly describe what the RAP allocation means. Is there a group of humans behind that decision, or?
Yeah, each year ADOT has a RAC committee that determines the amount that will be allocated in that fifth year of the ADOT program, and it's basically it's the 13% of federal aid that comes to the state that is allocated to the PEG region for ADOT major projects.
Rod?
Mark, is that relative to the Casa Grande Accord? So that's the same time that they also allocate the MAG funding, statewide funding, and the PAG funding. That's where that whole thing comes from.
For educating us on that.
Mark and Rod, in terms of the comment about RTA contribution unknown, I believe the worksheets that we've been developing would program regional funds, either like supplanted funds that are considered quote unquote RTA contribution to the amount of 19.6, which is the ballot amount.
Okay.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, that's right. It would satisfy the ballot amount through FERC and STPG.
So it's 19.6. Okay.
Yes.
Any questions for Mr. Hoffman on this item?
Just a quick question. That's a pretty big gap, the shortfall. Think you're gonna be able to close it once our rack allocation is identified?
I believe so.
Thanks.
Yeah. So,
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
I'd like to expand on that if we can. So we'll be able, if the project isn't scheduled for construction for several years, we can continue to fund that project as we move each year. As long as, so it might span 3 or 4 years, the construction project, particularly with a project of this size. So it might not be fully funded in that year, but as we go out each year, as long as the funding is, when construction is authorized, all of that funding has to be in the current TIP. But we're not asking for construction funding until the year it's done. So we'll just bring money up each year.
Thanks.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, well, the funding's is identified though, right?
Yes.
Construction.
Yeah. It's the funding, the project funding for construction can be spread over, you know, it's not just gonna all be, doesn't have to all be in 1 year.
Yeah.
So as
As long as
that,
it's
as that
identified
funding,
before you go to construction, they won't let you go to construction unless you identify
It all has to be contained in one TIP, one 5-year TIP.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hi, please. I'd like to introduce Mr. Andy Bemis. Andy will be presenting on behalf of the City of Tucson Department of Mobility. That was the transportation.
Cool. We've got several projects here. So the first one, Houghton Road, 22nd Street to Irvington. Status of this project, we've received the 100% plans, right-of-way acquisitions are in progress. Utilities will getting that's done. We anticipate about 18 months for that take place. Bring our earliest anticipated construction in late fiscal year 25. Yes, Houghton has had previous phases. Total cost, has the cost changed since last February? Yes. That's due to updating unit costs. Current cost estimate is shown there. Yep. So that's in 2023 dollars, 78.4 million is what we're working with. Fine. Yeah, I already spoke to that. So updating unit costs, increased the price tag a little bit from last time. Current funding, estimated funding out of 36 million. I'll note that that's not including any anticipated ineligible expenses like your spreadsheet does. So that's just looking at what the program, our cost estimate and the difference. The local funds, we haven't confirmed the availability of the Pima County funds that are in the TIP. Last question is not applicable to this about whether we obligate ourselves.
Do you have any questions on tip ID 16.15 Houghton Road 22nd to Urban?
Is that the last phase of this RTA project, or there's a phase that's going into RTA next?
There's a deferred phase market there from Broadway to Tinker Verde.
So this is the last one in RTA 1. Okay.
Right.
This one also is going to see a scope expansion, is that right? To increase lanes or
Increased length.
number of lanes?
I think up through 22nd Street, it's meant to be 3 lanes in each direction. So I think there's an increase for 1 of the 3 miles in order for it to match the section that's north of it.
So any other questions on this item? Next slide, please.
All right, 22nd Street East, Camino Seco to Houghton. We finished earlier this year the IGA for design phase, and we're preparing the RFQ for design services right now. I anticipate publishing that soon. couple year design, so that our earliest anticipated construction would be in late fiscal year 26. It's a period 4 project that has not had previous phases initiated. The cost has increased since February. This is not yet in design, so that's just applying the ADOT construction cost index to our previous estimate and inflation factor out to the anticipated year. Number 7, anticipated funding gap $26.8 million. And actually, there are 2 sunken fees on the project. There are some already included in the IGA for design. 1.8 million, those are confirmed. There's 3 million on the project. The remainder would be for the construction phase. Those are not confirmed. They're still well, they're on our impact fee list, obviously, but the confirmed availability of those funds yet. And it's not federalized.
Any questions on this item?
So the funding gap on your sheet is based on current tip, not the spreadsheet, right? Is that, I'm
Yeah,
trying to understand the.
For future, yeah, so that was difficult. For future projects that have not yet started design, it's whatever's shown in the tip minus our estimate. And there are some projects, and I can speak to them, where I used the numbers from the last spreadsheet that I think had taken this group had taken action on, and then there are others that use the numbers that were proposed from the spreadsheet from last time. So the gap number, difficult to calculate depending on what is programmed on it. The cost estimate, more complicated. Does that make sense? Harrison, Irvington, and golf links. So this is not yet started design. We're planning on a design build contract to start in the middle of calendar year 24. So next calendar year. The critical path for this one is to start an IGA for the design phase. Earliest anticipated construction would be in fiscal year 25. Probably late. It's a period 4 project that has not had other phases in RTA. Cost estimate did increase from the last, or since February. Current cost estimate, $15 million. Again, this hasn't started design, so that's just the inflated cost estimate that we've been carrying. Next slide. Okay, so why did it go up? We used since HDR had recently estimated several bridge projects for the RTA next exercise, we used a per square foot figure, bridge figure from that to apply to the two-lane bridge on Harrison. So we got the 15 million, which would leave an $8.8 million funding gap based on what's currently programmed. There are not local funds committed on this project, more federal funds. Okay, Grant Road, Oracle to Swan, stage 3 and 4. So this is from Palo Verde to Venice. It's about Swan Road. Bids are open right now. They're due back towards the mid or end of November. We've gotten a few questions, so we've had to extend that deadline. Right now, I think it's end of November. Earliest anticipated construction start would be the middle of fiscal year 24, so likely early next calendar year. There have been previous phases. This project is in RTA phases 2, 3, and 4. Cost estimate has not increased since the last round. Currently showing $50.3 million for this first Grant Road 3 and 4. So that would leave a funding gap of $1.9 million for this project, this phase of the project. Local funds are confirmed and it's not federalized.
In brackets, Does that mean it's a negative?
Oh, yeah, it does. Thanks for pointing that out.
Okay.
Meaning it's not a good. Project's full. That phase, yeah, correct. We'll get-
Clarification? Questions on this?
Okay, so this is the last Grant Road Phase 5 and 6. That's from Palo Verde to Park. That's the final stage of this corridor project. It's currently at 60% plans, working towards 90% is due in November. For this one, the critical path is to amend the existing IGA to begin right-of-way acquisition activity so that we can proceed to final design and be prepared for construction. Earliest anticipated construction start, should that right-of-way activity begin soon, would be in late fiscal year 27. It was in periods 3, 2, 3, and 4 of the RTA. As I said, there were previous phases. Construction cost estimate has not changed since February, currently showing 95.5 million. Might have been yeah, so there are $0 programmed on this final phase, so the full not federalized this time, and no.
Project?
Do you hear additional funding? This phase, man?
None.
So we will use up all of the RTA funds on through phase 3 and 4.
There's the 5 million allocated for the design phase though.
Design is ongoing.
Is that folded into this 95.5?
That's only after design. The 95.5 is
By the way, in construction.
right away.
Other questions on this side?
Okay, Silver Bell, grant to Ina. So this phase is just the Gore de El Camino del Cerro component. We're finalizing the 100% plans now. Right-of-way acquisition is complete. Utility relocations are wrapping up. So right now, the critical path item is to complete an IGA amendment for the construction phase in order to be prepared to have that stage. Earliest anticipated construction would be early next calendar year or late this fiscal year 24. It was in RTA periods 2 and 4. It has had previous phases. Cost estimate has changed. We're currently showing $47.2 million from 100%. Leaving a gap of $7.6 million. There are Tucson impact fees of the project in there confirmed, and it's not federalized.
Questions on the Silver Bell project?
Are you guys the lead agency for the second, for the drawing?
This is our last your piece of this. The next Silver Bell that's been deferred to RTA next. It's a small piece of City of Tucson.
Your name's Pima County and Santa Miranda, right?
Just a question based on this spreadsheet. There's a total here that's more than the 47.2. That meant to also capture the northern segment that's not.
Robin, if I may, let's have that conversation when we get to this spreadsheet. I'd like to stay at.
All right, next project, Valencia Road, Colt Houghton. The project's at 100% designed. Utilities are expected to be clear by the end of this month. Excuse me, next month, starting tomorrow, November. Right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to be complete early next year, February 24. So this one also needs an IGA amendment for the construction phase in order to be prepared. Earliest anticipated construction would be late this fiscal year or early next fiscal year. It was in period 3 of the RTA, has not had previous phases initiated. The project, the cost estimate has increased since February. We're currently showing $43.2 million. Again, the cost estimate increased as a result of updating the unit costs. The gap we're showing is $19.9 million. There are Tucson impact fees confirmed, and there are Pima County local dollars not confirmed or not federalized.
Question on tip ID 59 points.
I'll just say the impact fees, we are working on the IGA with the city. So we're committed to that. They're not confirmed because we don't have a signed agreement by our boards and council.
It's the same number that was in the tip. We just hadn't gone to that next level of
If I may, speaking of that, is that $4,000 or is it truncating to zero?
It's truncated,
Okay.
same as what you're reflected in the.
Okay.
Yeah. That was my shorthand, sorry about that.
No questions online? Next slide, please.
Okay, Valencia Road, I-19 to Alvernon. This project has not yet started design. We've done some preliminary scoping of the project. The earliest anticipated construction start would be late in fiscal year 25. It's a period 4 project that has not had other phases to it in RTA. The cost estimate has not gone up. We're showing $9.8 million right now. And so that's what's programmed in the tip. We've considered this project sort of a design to budget type of project. So it's scope access control and safety improvements on this. So no, not showing a funding gap, local funds, and it has been federalized.
Any questions?
Okay, Downtown Links project, Broadway to I-10. This is in active construction. Although it needs additional funding above the amount in current construction IGA as a result of some DRR related delays. Periods 2 and 3. Current cost estimate didn't show because it's already wrapped up in an IGA. We're just showing, go to the next slide, the gap of $4 million. It's not federalized. Local funds are confirmed for the project.
Questions? I have a question on this one. Do you foresee any the opening or the future opening of the casino?
Next project.
Next
yeah.
project, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I saw you here.
So, Andy, excuse me, Madam Chair. The $4 million on links, is that above and beyond the local dollars, or the local dollars are not confirmed?
Above and beyond the local dollars. The local dollars are already confirmed and included in the existing construction budget.
Okay, so we've been hovering around to $20 million remaining, and that could cover the remaining projects. So now we're at about 24 million.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, First Avenue, Grant to River Road. This project is about to start design. The IGA for design is complete. We're in fee negotiations with HDR for the preliminary design DCR phase, which we anticipate to take 24 months. Earliest anticipated construction start would be late fiscal year 26 or fiscal year 27. It's a period 3 project that has not had other phases associated with it. The cost estimate has gone up, just reflecting inflationary adjustments. The current cost estimate's 135 million, 5.6 million. Which leaves a funding gap of $61.4 million. Local funds, Tucson impact fees are confirmed on the project and it has not been federalized.
Any questions on first tab, Grant to River? Okay. Yes.
So Grant Road, at UPR underpass. The plans were 30% plans were received. The project was on hold for a time due to the casino redevelopment there at Grant Road and those impacts to the project area. We're resuming design this month. We've discussed potentially phasing the project. The Grant Road, there's a Grant Road component. There's a bicycle pedestrian bridge over the railroad in Santa Cruz River. Earliest anticipated construction would be fiscal year 25. It's a period 3 project with no other prior phases. Cost estimate has gone up. We're currently showing $27.1 million. Leaving a funding gap of $2.2 million. There are not impact fees or other local funds committed to the project, and it's no longer federalized. And yeah, thank you. To your question, Carolyn, potentially, I think it seems like most of the casino impacts will impact Fairview, less than Grant, but there may be some small redesign needed for driveway access or access control associated with health. But I don't think we anticipate the redesign of the actual railroad underpass. Cost.
Thank you.
Twenty-second Street, I-10 to Tucson, stage 2, which is the bridge, Keno to Tucson. So we're finalizing the layout of the bridge right now to start the CMAR construction manager at risk construction contract. The earliest anticipated construction start would be this fiscal year. It's in periods 2 and 3. 22nd Street has had prior phases. Cost estimate has gone up since February. We're currently showing $181.2 million. It went up because the way the CMAR works, we received a guaranteed maximum price from the contractor. So that's what the 181 reflects, leaving a gap of $34.6 million. Based on a prior iteration of this spreadsheet, see there's something else shown today. The Tucson impact fees are confirmed on the project, and we do anticipate being able to obligate the federal funding program.
I believe Mr. Bahi has a question.
Bahi?
Yes, good morning. This question is reference back to the Grant Road project. It also has to do with Speedway. Does the city have any plans to upgrade the TIs at Grant and Speedway at any time in the future? Thank you, because it's bottlenecks, as we all know, right there at I-10. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the question. We don't have a plan to upgrade the TI at Grant in the future. And I don't believe we have one for Speedway funded at this time either. I don't know if it's on program. It's not.
Some of the grant at UP will give us more lanes at that TI in the east-west direction. So hopefully that will help some of that bottleneck.
Rahi, do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
to them? Oh, I'm sorry, Mark or Rob?
Question on the 22nd. So the funding, the STBG funding in fiscal year 24. So that based on the slide, you will be able to obligate that funding in this current year. That's the plan.
Yeah, sorry, right, can you hear me? Okay, so right now, our target is to have the agreement for the raise grant completed in the March-April timeframe. And my understanding of the discussion with FHWA and ADOT, because we're direct recipients of that from FHWA, is that funding, the STBG funding would be folded into FHWA financing and not go through ADOT then at all. And so then it would obligate everything that year. The thing that I don't quite yet understand and needs yet to be discussed with FHWA is the future fiscal year STBG and how that works. So I was intrigued by what you all said earlier about not having to have all the construction funding in one fiscal year in order to start construction, and wonder how that obligation works. And understanding that since we're direct recipients directly overseen by FHWA for this project, I suspect that ADOT doesn't want to get in the mix of that. So any STBG in future fiscal years, I suspect will have to be party to that agreement concerning the raise grant and direct recipient. But I don't know mechanically how that works.
Yeah, and the timing of transferring those future funding. Yeah, okay.
So I guess I'd like to expand on that question a bit. So is your intention to authorize construction funding in fiscal year 24 then?
Yes. As we understand the FHWA process with the direct recipient, as soon as we sign the agreement with FHWA for the raise grant, that funding is authorized. And I understood them to want to be putting the STBG that we had in this fiscal year at the original tip as part of that same action. But I'm not sure how the future fiscal years will be.
Yeah, and they'll just have to be in fiscal year 24. They'll have to be in action by ADOT to transfer those funds. Yeah. So.
I mean, Madam Chair, since we're talking about this, and this does kind of cross over into the agenda item with the worksheet, so I probably should explain sort of our thought process. So the worksheet that we shared, discussed in September, maintains the STBG program on this project in FY24 of about $15 million. We're hearing that there's going to be some more public engagement with this project. We're also realizing that because it's $15+ million, it's a lot of money. And because there may be only one other project that could potentially obligate in FY24, we're, our proposal, which is just a proposal, and then we can change it, does show us suggesting maybe we should move the FY24 STBG off of this project, assuming that ADOT could potentially obligate in 24. And that's actually a question. So I think you're researching that, Mark, but I think there's a big risk to the region of losing the funds. It sounds like the city of Tucson is confident that everything's going to work out, but because of the large dollar amount, the limited number of options we have, we did make that proposal, and we could talk about that more at that next item, but we wanted to explain our rationale for that.
And I don't have any disagreement with that. It certainly gives us more time if there's another project that can absorb it. I'm just talking about what we had spoken about to date in our internal discussions and not with FHWA. We had a brief discussion with FHWA, one of our project managers earlier, and they just want us to be able to show in the tip the full funding so that the final agreement can be signed.
I may just expand on that. Mr. Hoffman, when we spoke, it does sound like there's potential risk, right? If something does change and the funding cannot be obligated this fiscal year, that we would lose the money to the region. Is that correct? Right. Okay. Wanted to make that clear. So if I may, so I guess, is the city flexible on that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. We can talk about that more later then. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on tip number 131? With that, I will introduce Ms. Catherine Skinner, Director of the Cuyahoga County Department of Transportation.
Okay, so our first project up is Sunset I-10 to River Road. This one is under construction. Of course, ADOT is leading the construction, administering the construction for us. The third period project. This is the second phase of it. The first one was completed to the west some years ago. It's total project cost. We have all the funding on this project based on the most recent TIP amendments that were approved. In this past year, we've moved some CRISA funding over there as well as 2.6 to bring it up to full funding based on that construction contract. So it did increase in cost between, what the engineer's estimate had been and the contract for construction, but that's what these recent TIP amendments have made up for. So there's no current funding gap. There were local fund commitments and those have been made. So, and all the federal money's been obligated by ADOT on the project.
Any questions on this item?
And then this is our last project. Right now it's really has been pushed to RTA next because of a scope change where it's no longer a 4-lane divided roadway and instead we're recommending a 3-lane roadway with bicycle and pedestrian facilities. So that's the first question. We haven't started design since it's been pushed to the next phase. We have said that I'm totally doing these out of order. I'm sorry. We could be construction ready. We've said it could be federalized. I'm not sure where on the slide it is. So in order to do that, we would need to start design 2 years prior to whenever the construction is based on the most recent spreadsheets. I think we were showing federal money in 28. But it'll take us 2 years and then we can be federally ready. $10 million project. That's based on the most recent HDR estimates for the RTA Next exercise. It has increased since the last time we had done an estimate, which was about 2 years ago, and that's just due to the inflation, cost escalation we've all seen. Next slide. Okay, I covered that. It's just the increase in cost. Those are essentially, it's kind of like it's all a funding gap because we hadn't programmed any. Pushed RTA Next. We had 700,000. Solve all the problems we have. 700,000 of impact fees were committed in the original RTA program. We have had some ordinance changes since then. And so, the ability to get to that 700,000 may be challenging for us based on our new ordinance, but that is what was in the original RTA program. Yes, we are willing to take federal money on this project. We think it would be just fine candidate for federalization. Any questions?
When you're referring to ordinances, are those ordinances related to spending?
So the state statute related to county collection of impact fees and spending changed 3-4 years ago, and we had to then amend our ordinance. And so it does limit the amount of impact fees that can go to projects based on a whole analysis of the percentage of the road project that's attributable to new development, which is a little bit different. And that's why it's a bit challenging and constrained. I mean, it's more of a fiscally constrained program. So our new program shows 361,000. It was also in our old program. So if those monies haven't been spent on other projects, other RTA projects primarily, there may be some from our old program that we can bring into this.
Catherine, so just looking at the spreadsheet, I know you talked about federalizing this project. Does it then mean that you won't need RTA Next funding to make this project whole?
That was a question I was going to bring up as well. I do think that, if this all was here that's shown on the spreadsheet, then of course it wouldn't be an RTA Next. It wouldn't need to be in both. It doesn't have to be double funded. So I don't know how we make that determination, but I think that's a true statement.
With that, we move to item 5. Is how's everyone? Do we need to break or we can?
Were we gonna get a Tangerine update?
I can provide an update for Tangerine if necessary.
I think that would be helpful, just to get the full sheet of.
Sure.
Sure. Thank you, Dan, for being willing to answer these. Would you like me to read the question for you and then we can respond, or how would you like to do this?
I could just go ahead right now. Tangerine corridor is currently, or Tangerine widening I-10 to La Cañada. Tip ID 86.06 is currently under design and pre-construction services. It is a CMAR project. We currently have $11.11 million in HERF funds have already been allocated to the project. 12 million of RTA funds have been allocated to the project, and $15 million of local funds have been allocated to the project, for a total project cost of $38 million. This project is anticipated to be within budget, and no additional funding should be required for this project. The second phase of this project, or the third phase of this project, has been pushed out to RTA Next for a total funding cost of $27.4 million. This is HERF dollars. All of that is HERF dollars allocated. At this time, we believe this might be enough, but we do not have a certain number on it. This is pretty far out. Were there any other questions on that?
So I think you mentioned that part of it's in RTA Next. I know we've been listing 4 projects as carryovers to RTA Next. So is there a 5th?
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the spreadsheet in fiscal years 28 and 29. We are showing this project of $21.4 million. I'm sorry, I misspoke on that.
Thank you for the clarification on that, Dan.
Is it fully funded?
We are not certain. We do not have the numbers to say 28 and 29 are fully funded at this time. It is showing $27.4 million allocated in HERF dollars, but I do not have a finalized estimate for that phase of the project at this time.
Thanks.
Is this road segment from Twin Peaks to I-10, or is it broken down to other segments?
Currently, the current project is from the railroad tracks at Interstate 10 to a little bit past Breakers Road. Breakers Road does have a new name right now. I do not recall what it is. That's phase 2. Phase 3 will be from that point to Dove Mountain Boulevard.
And that's a segment that's being pushed to the RTA Next? No.
It is showing in fiscal years 28 and 29.
And any other questions? Questions online? And we're now to the end of agenda item 4. And to agenda item 5, revenue availability overview for STBG for 12/6, for 2/6, and adopted RTA FY24 budget. I'd like to introduce Mr. Davidson.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's good to be with you all today. Happy Halloween. Now I know what you're thinking when you look at this sheet, that I only did half my homework. That's about half of a table full of values, and some of them are the usual suspects. So for STBG, that comes right off of the ADOT Federal Ledger. We're holding 27, 28, and 29 constant due to the uncertainty with the IIJA. That is ADOT's recommendation. HERF 12/6 comes from ADOT's forecast as well. We await new MAG and TAG distributions. What I can tell you is that they have released their new state forecast for the state as a whole. And I see in general, roughly 4% reductions. I have not reflected that here. Previously, we identified maybe 6 million in unprogrammed funding. If we apply 4% to these values, you get roughly 1.5. And so when you sum that up through the years, that's about 6 million. So we just took off the extra unprogrammed perf that we had previously identified on the James's worksheet that we'll be working on and showing you in another agenda item. We'll update those as soon as we get them from ADOT. 2.6 also normally comes from that ADOT forecast, kind of a year-by-year estimate of just revenues that come in. The ADOT works with that more on a cash flow basis. So you'll see that expenditures exceed revenues for some years because they let some of that money collect and build up. And we are also waiting on them to give us what they want reflected there for their projects. RTA funding, we just have that $24 million figure. We don't know the budget for 25, 26 in the latter years there. Certainly we hope that, well, I guess I should say on a personal citizen note, I hope that we see 27, 28, and 29 come to fruition there. But I think that's about it. STBG does incorporate all the population bands and those estimates at the top line. You can see in supplemental tables in this packet what the exact breakdown on those figures are. I think other than that, I don't have too much to point out, but really happy to take any questions to the information item only.
I have a question. So for the HERF 12.6 in 24, you have 28.4 million. And last year we exceeded that in 12.6. So do we feel that we're going to collect less this fiscal year, and for the first 3 months or so collections kind of borne that out?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Skinner. I don't know, but we keep a track of it. And, part of that would be to identify how much we have left over by the end of the year. And if that money is available and unprogrammed, I think we'd be happy to bring it back to the table. I don't want to deviate too much, though, from ADOT's forecast, especially because they're going down, it seems. But as we identify the unprogrammed funding that might accumulate based on better actuals and revenues, I'm sure we can deal with that perhaps at a later time.
That brings up another question I had. When I looked at the HERF balance at the beginning of July of this year and subtracted out the 52 million or so in one of these memos, 52 and a half that was carried forward in terms of programs dollars, there's a $19.6 million difference. So we have 72.2 million that carried forward and 52 and a half programmed. So does that mean we have 20 million that we could potentially be programming 12.6?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I've looked into that as well. Last time I checked, I was using the TIP database as a reference and tracking year by year and seeing how much money was coming in based on these forecasts you see, and then how much money was going out. And I want to say that at least on that TIP database, a number approximately like 80 million is programmed in fiscal year 24. And I think that's between the rollover and whatever is new projects that currently exist in the TIP. 25, we see more expenditures and revenues, and 26 it kind of levels out. So when you look at it across that kind of 3-year time horizon, that's how I pinned down about $6 million in program in perf that didn't look like it was attached to anything. So I think from a 1-year perspective, yes, there's somewhere between like 12 to $15 million, but once you kind of do the full story through 26, it looks like it's a little bit less.
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you for taking a deep dive and looking at that. If that's something that you could share with us, your calculations, and then we can take that back and report at the next subcommittee meeting, a fuller response, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
I think you explained it pretty clearly, but
yeah, I took the HERF report from the last one that we had.
The balance.
That said the balance at the beginning of July, which was 72.2. And then I looked at the memo that was shared on October 27th that said 52.6 carried forward that was programmed, and the difference between those two numbers is 19.6 million. So it was not a deep dive by any regard. It was something I did in the half hour before this meeting. And I would say, when you're saying you're looking at the TIP database and you hit 80 million, that makes sense because you rolled forward 52.5 million of programming, and we think there's 28 this year. That's that 80 million. So that wouldn't take into account what is in the program. And that's what we're trying to get identified so we can pick out projects.
Other questions?
Questions online? Mr. Zinda? On to agenda item 6. This is a possible action item or recommendations on the programming of FY 24 to FY 29 funds, including any state funds on ADOT projects and available regional health projects, funds on RTA corridor projects. This item is for discussion and possible action. Stations on programming of FY 24 to 29 funds, including state funds, as previously said. Corridor projects. To expand each funding source based on respective regulatory requirements and determination of additional funding needed for eligible RTA corridor projects. FY 24 to 26 recommendations will be processed as TIP amendments. FY 27 to 29 recommendations will be included in the draft TIP project list to be adopted during the TIP cycle development. With that, I'd like to turn over to
Before we start, I don't know if there's asked a procedural question, so
Sure.
maybe you answered it in your preamble there. So, as this subcommittee makes recommendations, will it come to TPC in the form of a TIP amendment, or will all those recommendations be brought to TPC? The steps there, just on clear.
Okay, great. So there's two items here. The first is our project list that will continue up through all of the committees. And the second item, we received a request from ADOT to do an amendment for them. You will see that formally at the next TPC meeting. Wanted to share that information as soon as we received it, to make sure everybody was aware of the request and have it be part of the conversation as we move forward to this exercise.
And any action taken here on any of the items? Up to TPC and beyond.
That is correct. Yes.
All right, thank you.
John, would you like?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to introduce this item and then transition over to Mr. Tao, but I've heard a request for a break, and I'm wondering if that would, if it's too early, or if anybody else.
Let's see.
Candy break?
Candy break? Yeah. Would that be okay,
Yeah,
Madam
of
Chair?
course. Let's take a break. It's now 10:04. Let's come back in about 10 minutes. We can have some.
here. That's true. Yeah. I think, I guess it is mine.
Okay, the time is now 10:21. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Sonia, if I could ask you to please do a quick roll call of our voting members.
Dan Grossman from Town of Miranda. Still here.
Is he?
Thomas Garcia, Town of Saurita. Jose Rodriguez, Town of Oro Valley. Mark Hoffman, ADOT.
Here.
Patricia Pablo, Town of Automation.
Here.
Jason Pascoyaki.
Present.
Robin Rain, City of Tucson. Here. Catherine Skinner, Pima County.
Here.
Bob Rizzo with Tucson Airport Authority.
Here.
Okay, thank you. With that, we reopen our meeting and we will begin on agenda item 6, recommendations of programming for fiscal year FY 24 to 29. A regional available regional FTG funds for 12-6 funds on RTA corridor projects. And we will also be discussing programmatic modifications to ADOT. And we'd like to start off this item by discussing the formal amendments as requested by ADOT. The current projects. And with that, I would like to introduce Mark Hoffman.
All right, mic's on this time? Okay, so our request for the TIP amendment to the 22 to 26 TIP is due to ADOT has completed the financial plan for the Country Club Keno TI project that is going to be delivered together, and the new estimate on that project is 500 million. So that's what we need to program to in the current TIP. ADOT anticipates requesting authorization of the project in sometime right after the new year, and to authorize that project, it needs to be fully funded in the current TIP. So we had to move funding to get Country Club Keno fully funded through 23 through 2026. So Carolyn, you wanted to go through, is there going to be anything that comes up on the screen, or we're just going to walk through the packet?
I believe we all have packets, so
Okay.
perhaps we can just walk through. We'll start this section of the meeting starts on TIP amendment number 2022.080, and it is the first of 6 tables that will be agreed.
Okay, so again, to fully fund Country Club Keno, that required is modifying the funding on numerous other projects. And to start with, in the packet, the first project amendment is 6.23. That's Park Avenue TI ramp, and there we're basically deferring that funding out to a later year.
So in this one, just a quick reminder, when you're looking at your TIP tables and there's the year is blank, that means that there is no funding allocated to that year. So it looks like for 6.23, everything is blank. Thank you.
Is that just gonna go into the reserve of this project, or is it just, if there's no funding and it won't, it'll be in the TIP, right?
I keep it active for now, because there will be some further conversation in the next part of the discussion.
And just to follow up, and what we'll be doing is then in the new TIP, when we add those outer years, we'll be able to bring those projects back into the TIP. Yep.
The great question, Jose. Next item is our next number is 7.23.
This one should also be, this is a correction to the draft amendment. This funding in 26 is also deferred, so it should be zero funding in this TIP.
proposed request.
in the proposed request in the amendment.
That should be zero then, right?
Should be zero.
26, it should be zero, fiscal year 26.
So for FY 26, the bottom right table will be empty. Thank you.
That's, sorry, that's a question. Same situation as the prior one. Do you anticipate putting AST P dollars in 26?
Then we'll adjust. Same thing with this project. Then we'll adjust when we have those outer years in the tip development process.
Would you like me to expand a little bit on that? So the Keno Country Club is anticipated to be a 3 or 4 year construction project. It's a design build. So the actual construction will be 3 years, but the design is also included in that construction funding, which is kind of the upfront portion. So the physical construction will extend to year 26. So that means year 27. So when 27 is available, we'll be able to move funding into year 27, and it'll still keep the cash flow active. Unfortunately, that's not available in the current TIP. That's the challenge we're having.
To get started, you need to have it reflected.
That clarification. Questions online? Moving on to tip number 8.23, I-19 Valencia Road to I-10. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes, on this project, so we basically reduced the design and deferred the construction on this project to a future year, and the same thing applies. We'll be bringing that back in when under the new tip development process when we have those years to program.
Next one is tip ID 9.23, I-10 Country Club and Keno intersection.
And so this is the end result to get it to get the total programming to 500 million. This includes funding from 23 through 26. As Rod mentioned, it's design and construction. It's a design build. So it's basically, fiscal year 23 is the totals don't change, but then we've got the increases in 24. Small change in 25, and then the increase in 2026. Yep. No. Yeah. And then the total project cost can be updated to 500 million.
Thank you. And Rod, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving us a brief update of this project.
This is the first project out of the design concept report for the I-10 SR2 TR. And essentially we've combined the first two, both the Keno Country Club TI or Keno TI and the Country Club TI as one project that will be delivered as a design build. The end result will be a new traffic interchange at Keno, an upgraded, I guess, traffic interchange at Keno, a brand new traffic interchange at Country Club, and the removal of the traffic interchange at Palo Verde. So it's about a 3-4 year construction project. Like I said before, we are process right now of selecting the design builder, and we expect to have that process completed this fiscal year. With that completion is going to be the need for the construction funding in this fiscal year.
Questions on this item? Well, we'll move on to the next project in this listing, and it's tip ID 38.13, I-19 Irvington TI. Mr. Hoffman?
In the Irvington TI, the construction was deferred to 25, and the funding was split. So we can start the authorization for construction in 25, and then when we develop the new tip, then we can bring in the second year to fully fund the construction, and it'll be 26 and Is that correct? Yes, and then we'll once we get this amendment done, then in the development of the new tip, we will bring the construction funding, the complete construction funding back into 26. Once we just have to show, in this amendment to fully fund Country Club Keno, we have to demonstrate fiscal constraint in the current tip. So once we do that, we get the project authorized, then we can under the new tip development process, then we can come back and we can make those changes to then defer some funding on Country Club Keno to fully fund Irvington in 25 and 26 for construction, where that makes sense.
Brian, did you?
I was wondering, does this project still have some RTA funding on it?
Yes, it has RTA funding, but the RTA funding was supplemented by the STBG funding as by the board. So it's still in the RTA, listed in the RTA program, and we fully intend to meet those obligations. But the
I'm just
RTA,
not seeing it on the tip.
that's because it was moved by the board, supplanted by the board.
Yeah.
Yep,
With local STP.
correct,
Got it. Thank you.
correct. But it's still listed as an RTA project, and ADOT fully intends to meet its obligation, both with timeline and objectives.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item?
I would like to make one more comment. We are moving this project out from fiscal year 24 to 25, so it is moving out a year and it will stay. Moving out a year, we're not going to be moving it back up into this year. We're moving the project out a year for design reasons and such, but we're still meeting all the original obligations.
So the adjustment is for design on Irvington, not necessarily to fund the Country Club Keno. That's the message.
There's two adjustments. There's one that's for design issues that are moving it out a year, and there's also funding issues that we're reducing the funding currently in it.
Okay.
Thank you. And I apologize if I missed this earlier. I'm looking further down the list. We're showing those future years in later amendments. Is that right? So,
Well, the future years will come up in the new tip amendment. So the current tip only goes out to year 26. So you'll see 27, 28, 29 as part of the development of the next tip process, which was first part of the meeting, the discussion for the first part of the meeting. And we'll be showing what ADOT is going to be putting forth in years 27, 28, 29 as part of that tip amendment.
is that what I'm looking at on the next page as it goes out to 29 with the STP?
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
So there are two separate sets of tables in the packet. There's the first packet that's for the tip amendment. You'll see on the top right-hand side, it will give you the tip amendment number. And then on the second half, you will see proposed funding. It's the only total. We will be reviewing that this fall.
Okay, so the proposed funding part is just kind of reflecting the proposed spreadsheet. Is that right?
If I may, Madam Chair, if I understand correctly, so the tip development process uses various different project lists, right? So at the September meeting, we focused on the RTA roadway element project list, which is the worksheet. And we'll be doing that again today. But we also have other lists for the full tip development process that we'll be incorporating, like the Tucson Airport Authority list, for example, PAG funding, and transit funding. So all those lists will be combined into one master list early next calendar year. The ADOT list is also a separate list. And so the programming that you're seeing for 27 through 29 is part of the ADOT list, is my understanding. We had a conversation on Thursday with ADOT with their proposal because we can amend the 22 through 26 tip. The first piece is a tip amendment and it's time sensitive. The other piece is the proposed funding as part of the next 25 through 29 tip. I hope that helps.
It does. I think I'm understanding. Sorry if I didn't catch that. So that won't be action. That won't be an amendment. That won't be formal today or not until early next year.
That's a good question. We're presenting it to you as soon as we've received it. Literally Thursday, we got on the phone together and had this meeting. wanted to be sure that we included you, everyone in this room, in the conversation as soon as we have the information. So, right now we'll go back to completing the tip amendment part of the review, and then we can move to the table. Any more questions on tip number 38.13? Kathleen, was there anything else you wanted to say?
No.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Sorry, one more thing, if I may, just to kind of go back to my comments at the beginning of the meeting. This item is time sensitive. It sounds like ADOT would like to bring this forward to Regional Council for action at the December meeting, and that's also why we're bringing it to the TIP subcommittee today. If approved, we would bring it forward to, I believe, to the TPC later this month, or excuse me, next month.
Yes, we
Yes.
would be bringing it to the next TPC.
Yeah, but we figured this would be a good opportunity to have a discussion in case there were any concerns. And again, this is time sensitive, so we wanted to give you plenty of opportunities to review and discuss this. Rod or Mark, would you like to comment on the time sensitivity of this and ADOT's process? Anything more about that?
Well, the time sensitivity is relative to us bringing on, obligating the funds so that we can bring on our design builder in fiscal year 24. That's our goal. That's what we're trying to do. So if we get this approved at the December board meeting, we'll be able to meet that deadline and get our design builder on board and be able to deliver this project per schedule. The challenge is if we don't get it, we then now have to figure out a way to move that money into something else. And there's just nothing else available in the region to move that amount of dollar funding to. So the potential is to lose it, which is something nobody wants to see. So that's really the plan that we came up with to do that. Be happy to answer any questions anybody has.
And it's also that, just like, this PEG has its committees, ADA has its planning committees and programming committees that the funding needs to go through to request authorization of the funding. So there's that as well too that has to take place, up to the anticipated date of January to request authorization.
So I would like to kind of give you a broad explanation that I've used to educate up to my executives that might work for you guys. This is kind of the confluence of two issues that we've had. One being the significant cost increases that we've had in the projects over the last few years, where this one's gone from a $250, $300 million job up to a $500 million job. And the other one is the situation that we find ourselves in, that we're really constrained to a 3-year tip and having to program that project now into a 3-year tip. So that's why we're in this situation. That's what I've used to educate our folks up. The good thing moving forward is that we're now moving into a 5-year tip. So this can be addressed. It's only a short-term issue. So hopefully that'll give you some tools to help kind of educate up if you need to.
Any questions online on this topic? Mr. Hoffman, is there anything we can discuss on 87.06 Barraza Aviation Parkway Extension? This is an RTA project. Ms. Rain?
On this one, it's just the proposed request is to, in 23, there was 28.8 million of ASTP for right of way. That did not authorize in 23. There were data elements that we did not have for FHWA to authorize the funding in 23. So that ADOT, to protect that funding, that funding was moved to another project and is being returned to the PEG region in 24 for programming. And that amount is included in programming in the amount for Country Club Clino in 24. So that, if you notice that money disappeared, that's where it went. It is on Country Club Clino. So the only program funding now is the original 500 for design in 23.
All the money that's shown on the existing one, that all went to the country club then?
So
The 500?
I believe that the 25, and you're referring to the 25 and 26, I believe that is part of the programming change, the anticipated programming changes. That I think we're going to be discussing here soon. So, and then,
Sorry.
and then, I'm sorry, and then, yes, any ASTP, you got the 585 in 26, that was moved into country club Keno. The HERF 12.6, the regional STP, I think that's going to be part of the next discussion.
And for reference, the tip number associated with I-10 to Country Club Road is 9.23.
And as was stated before, on this project, the funding gap on it is just over 200 million. And that will be addressed as was stated before, in out-year funding as that becomes available. Construction again is anticipated somewhere out in 28, 29. So that funding gap will be addressed at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Do you have any other questions on the tip amendment portion of this agenda item? That will move on to the next set of tables in our packet. And this one is the proposed funding for the ADOT program. You will see this for tip planning year 2025 out into 2029. The first item on this list is 6.23. And this is a draft example of the FY 25 to 29 ADOT rack construction. Mr. Hoffman, is there anything that you would like to update us on the process and kind of where we are as
This is just as a result of the amendment and deferring that funding into the new tip development.
Carol, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, quick.
The sequencing that's been laid out hasn't been affected by any of these funding adjustments. The 1 through blah,
the DCR
still hold there. Nothing's changed. They made it out with the exception of the combination of 1 and 2 Country Club and Keno. Everything else holds firm, which I think you're right.
Yeah, so if you look back at, the previous discussion that we had, you'll see that this item, tip 7.3 got zeroed out from fiscal year 27. And then it's getting put back in fiscal year 28 as part of the new tip. I'll point that out.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions on this part of the tip packet? And Mr. Hoffman, as we go through this process, do you suspect we'll see additional updates to these tables?
There'll be some updates based on the latest programming sheet. So yeah, there'll be a couple updates to this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, Carolyn. Are we planning on, we're gonna do this new 5-year tip, the 25 to 29. Is this gonna be a 2-year tip cycle or an annual cycle?
I'm gonna punt that over to Mr. Brown.
Members of the committee, my understanding is we're going to continue to be on a biennial update or every 2-year update cycle. But if that changes, we will let you know.
Thank you.
Another question. So we got that first set. It's actually a tip amendment 2022.808. And then we got this other proposed funding. This is for the new tip. We haven't got to that new tip yet. So are we going to make a motion to approve this first one? Because that's the one that we're in right now.
Well, we'd like to see this, as when we get to the end, it would be nice to see a two-part motion here, so. we
Okay,
can
so you want to look into it.
The 22.080 forward to TPC in the next available meeting. And then the project list, again, we just wanted to share it out as soon as we receive it. We're gonna make sure, that we have, as soon as we get the information, that you're all aware.
This is just for information, this right here.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Okay, so would that be a two-part motion or just a one-part motion? Because all you have to do is move the tip modifications for the current tip, correct? Is there another motion on there?
Well, we are gonna be looking, the next half of this agenda item, we're gonna be looking at our tip table that Mr. Tao has created for us. We'll be going through that line by line.
I think it might be cleaner. I mean, if we're agreeable to move the tip amendment forward, because it is kind of a very different action than looking at the proposed tip. And I'm a little concerned we'll be hung up on the part 2 of the action. So if time is of the essence, I'd say we move to approve the tip amendment 2022.080.
I concur with that. I think it's much cleaner that way.
Second.
I'd like to comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood everything, and I think if you only saw part of the picture, it would have been very confusing. So we wanted to demonstrate what our ultimate plan was. So that was the logic for putting it all together as one kind of discussion.
I appreciate that because that makes a lot of sense because they look at, you take all the funding from this project, well, what's gonna happen with it? Well, now it makes sense. You're deferring to that.
Correct.
Unfortunately, we don't have a tip correct.
Thank you for that. Okay. And so we do have a motion on the floor. We do have a voice call. Let's say everyone that approves this motion, just say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nay votes? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gunner. I appreciate it. Next, we'll proceed to the next portion of this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify, did we finish the second piece? Did we go through all the programming sheets? We did, okay. And just to be clear, so the RAC meeting and allocation may result in some changes to the 25 through 29 programming, is it?
For fiscal year 29, but then also I think there are some slight modifications to my first check of this based on our 25 to 29 programming sheet.
Okay, so we will be bringing this back
We will
to the committees for action at a future date. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, sorry. Yeah, so moving on to the next item, wanted to introduce that, and then we'll transition over to Mr. Tao. So we did send in the packet a brief half-page summary of the major changes that have occurred to the worksheets. We did get that question at a previous subcommittee about what changes have taken place to the worksheets since the versions in the winter to the latest version that we shared with you. So I'm just going to quickly highlight some of those changes. The specific project by project changes we're going to go through on the worksheet together. So the latest version of the worksheet incorporates the rollover of HERF 12.6 and RTA from fiscal years 23 and 24, from FY23 to FY24. And so those revised amounts are now reflected in the fiscal year 24 column. We also added columns for fiscal years 27, 28, and 29. Again, this is in comparison to the winter worksheets. We also incorporated updated total project cost information that was gathered in August and September timeframe. We updated the estimates for HERF 12.6, the HERF 12.6 forecast, which is now added to the bottom. As Mr. Zinda noted, we do not yet have the final PAG distribution yet. So that's a tentative number. The SDBG for the greater than 200,000 population contribution amount was reduced to match the fiscal year 24 apportionments resulting from the 2020 census rebalancing for financial management services. A red box was added with the text federalized. That's just kind of a visual aid for all of us who are reviewing the worksheet for those projects that have federal funding and therefore are federalized. And then finally, $24,526,000 of projected revenue contingency, which is included in the fiscal year 24 RTA budget, was subtracted from the total funding needs so that we could see what that funding need is with that subtracted. So you can see that there, Mr. Tao has highlighted that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tao. Thank you.
Well, I mean, there are a few ways we could go about this. So we could just go in order, beginning with Tangerine, or we could focus on 22nd Street and Barraza with the STBG exchanges. Fine with either. If anyone has a preference.
Can I ask a question before we get started? And perhaps I should have asked it in the previous item, but on the memo that was sent on the 27th, the very last paragraph talked about, it is estimated that approximately 75 million is the unprogrammed fund balance, speaking of RTA, TPT revenues, and may be available during the next RTA budgeting cycle. So I just was curious if the 24 you just spoke of that was the contingency is included in that 75, or is this an additional 75? Full understanding, we're not programming it today, but just trying to get a picture of the funding available.
So that would be an additional 75, but we can't really, get down to details until the end of the fiscal year. So that's our current estimate is 75. And that calculation was based on the overall fund balance at the end of fiscal 23, sorry. So as of June 30th.
And then kind of tying into that, when I looking at your spreadsheet holistically in terms of at the bottom when it shows RTA revenues programmed, there is no line that shows either the 24 million where I guess is the, and there's nothing that shows additional revenues we might anticipate in 25 and 26 from RTA.
So that's, kind of outside of the purview of this sheet, and, we've discussed that in the past. But you're correct, it's not included.
Okay. So this sheet will, I guess I'm trying to get to, will this sheet at the end of this exercise today, when we go through it, let us know if we have enough funding to deliver the remaining RTA projects? And I guess the answer is no, because it's not including a bunch of RTA revenue.
So, what this sheet will do is it'll provide us the information to let us know how much RTA or how much of another source that we don't have here that we need to complete these projects. So no, it won't exhaust everything. It won't show us everything RTA through 29. It won't do that. These are the first two steps to let us know what we need. And our current position is we'll determine RTA funding on an annual basis. So we can't, as we've discussed in the past, we could provide some rough estimate. Any one of us at this table could calculate a rough estimate through 29. But we feel like this is a more methodical step-by-step process that will get us to a better place. So you're correct, this does not include RTA in this discussion, it does not include RTA.
To that, James, so taking it, I realize it's a year-by-year approach because the board has to weigh in on it. But if we're not looking at the complete picture through the end of 26, when will we know if we can deliver the complete picture by till 26? Because we're only going 1 year. Or at some point will we look at the whole picture, understanding that the board still has to weigh in on it, but are we going to have some sort of projection? Picture relevant.
Well, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, at this point, we're just working with the HERF 12.6 and STBG to get us to this point today. In terms of the RTA, as James said, we can only look out at an annual basis to the next year, and we only have 24. So I don't anticipate that we're going to incorporate a rough projection of RTA as part of this exercise. We want to see how much STBG and HERF we could bring to projects that are construction ready. That's really the priority. And those that have not already had a phase that has been started. So we'll get through that exercise. If we have additional information to share about RTA programming, we'll bring that to you. But really, because we're now in the supplemental phase of RTA in terms of programming, we can't just program to a ballot amount. And it's got to be on a case-by-case basis. So
I'm sorry, just because this confuses me a little bit. We're not programming 27, 28, 29. So this line that says total for 12.6 program shows numbers in 27, 28, 29, but it does not show the 75 that's currently on program. Is that right, or did I mishear?
We were anticipating 75 million at the end of this fiscal year of RTA TPT. Not, but that, I believe you were referring to the HERF line.
Yeah.
So that's a separate matter. So
Okay. So all the HERF, based on this, all the HERF through 29 is programmed on this sheet as though it's programmed.
correct.
All.
Yes, yeah. We can go out to 29 with HERF 12.6 and SDBG as part of this exercise. And the 75 million that was referred to, that's really still, that's not even an official number for the next fiscal year. That's just a rough estimate. So we need to be careful about how we talk about that as well.
So just to clarify, that's not in this sheet is what Robin was trying to get at.
Correct.
Yeah.
Even though you've put the 24 million from fiscal 24, because that's part of the budget process. You're now playing around with that a little bit.
So the 24.5 million, that's something that we can say with certainty. Or a good level of certainty. It's still a projection, but since we're in the fiscal year, we can say that with some comfort level. But the 75, again, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but it's just to kind of provide you kind of where we think we'll be at the end of the fiscal year.
So I understand, we have a limited purview of what we're gonna do today. You just want a couple clarifications. We had a lot of supplementary funding on RTA projects the first 10 years of the program. So we exhausted the RTA ballot amount with RTA funds and added STP or 12.6 to make the projects whole. So in that regard, we're not really in a different place in terms of trying to figure out how to fully fund RTA projects. And then the second thing I wanted to mention is, in the existing TIP, we did have a 5-year outlook of anticipated RTA revenues, and that was included in the fiscal constraint. And so I would expect at some point we are going to look at the full 5-year TIP and include that as a revenue source. Full understanding, that the RTA board adopts a budget on an annual basis, and there may be change, just like the RAC committee at ADOT. There's changes, if we're on a 2-year TIP, we anticipate those changes, but we have looked at RTA in a 5-year way, previous TIP cycles.
So of course, the current RTA sunsets in 26. So there's nothing to work with beyond that at this point. So this sheet does show you programmed RTA dollars through 26. It doesn't discuss fund balances, but beyond that, I'm not sure I understand your point, because this is a separate exercise from RTA Next, of course.
So in the existing, if you look at the TIP that's published right now, the fiscal analysis, there was 27 million in 26 of RTA funds that wasn't programmed. This might be a time to start seeing if there's projects that need 27 million, and that 27 million was based on 110 million of collections, which we're gonna far exceed that in 2026. So my point is, I think we need to have a good idea of how much RTA revenue will be collected under RTA 1 in order to report to our board member whether we think we're in good shape to deliver RTA 1 or not. And right now, this is going to be more than one day of iteration since we're only looking at one thing. But I want to be able to report out to my RTA board member, we're in good shape to deliver all of RTA 1, with the exception of the 4 deferred projects. And I don't know if at the end of today, I'll even have a notion of that.
If I may, just to chime in. So yeah, we are at the end of October. So we do need to continue to move forward with our process. But we do have time. We do have time to go through this exercise, get recommendations on these two funding sources and identify that funding need. And we'll continue to have the conversation about, to answer your question about fully funding other projects. So we'll bring updates to TPC, to Management Regional Council at future meetings. And I can't, thank you for that comment. I can't say that we're going to change anything at this point, but again, we've got plenty of time to discuss this. We just want to get through this today. I think this will give us a good, at least picture of where we are with those two funding sources.
On this topic, so if I'm understanding this spreadsheet and discussion so far correctly, got this column, the shortfall column, is that summing to 161 as shown, with programming proposal on the spreadsheet.
Okay.
And all the HERF and STVG is programmed through 29 on the proposal.
Correct.
So that would be the number left to meet with other funding sources. Got 24 point something of RTA and 24, 75-ish, not nailed down. Addition to that, plus whatever is projected to be collected for the rest of fiscal 24, fiscal year 25, and fiscal year 26.
Yes.
Right.
So keep in mind that those dollars, those future revenues that we're not discussing today, the TPT revenues, many of those dollars are encumbered because they're projects in the tip. So you can't just look at it versus just, 30 million a year that's available. But consider this too, when you're looking at TPT in fiscal 26 and into 27, there will be some residual, obviously, based on those fund balances that goes a year or two beyond the current RTA. And some of that, of course, will be unprogrammed and will be an available fund balance, but we're not there yet. And these are calculations, again, that any one of us could do. But I don't believe it would be responsible today to really get into TPT beyond the current year. Even the 75 million that we discussed for fiscal 24, there's some speculation there. So we can't really plug it into anything. It's just to give all of you an idea of where we might.
Sure. And our project cost estimates are $20-23, so they're not precise either. Just trying to get a sense of the magnitude of
So with this sheet, the way it's programmed today, and again, this is just an opening, it's just a suggestion, just a place to start. We fully fund 6 projects, just using the STPG, the HERF, and the RTA dollars that are plugged in here. So even just with this sheet, we've already made a tremendous amount of progress. Isolating and finding funding sources for 6 of these projects and completing them. And once we get through this iteration, then we can discuss TPT as directed by the board, the projects that have not had activity that will require activity within the construction phase prior to June 30th of 2026. So it has to be kind of in that order. And Jamie, feel free to add or correct.
Yeah, my understanding is that if there's a gap on a project that remains after this exercise, that the next step, if it's construction ready, would be to request a meeting with the RTA executive director to discuss how to program any available RTA dollars on the project.
And if I may ask a question for clarification. For the roadway element projects, how are these all these appears to be about 14 projects. How did we identify those? They're all projects that are currently programmed today?
They're current and right, yes, but there is it's current and future activity, right? So in the past, if you went back several years in one of these the early versions of this sheet, we wouldn't show all the projects because they were outside of the 5-year tip. We're at a point now where everything's included that's remaining.
Want to make sure. Any other questions, or can we go back to the exercise?
Well, I'll just start with Tangerine. They're both. So the orange cells and figures 28 and 29, we had a $27.4 million of perf, and that satisfies the funding need if we remove the ineligibles, and this is just calculated as a 5%, flat 5%, and including the local funds that don't exactly match what Dan mentioned earlier, but we can adjust that, I guess, some other time. This is a number I've been working with for some time, the 17.7 million. So based on that, we fully fund the corridor. If those dollar amounts work in fiscal years 28 and 29. I believe we have Dan with us. Do you have any comment, any concerns? Maybe we don't.
Grossman, are you still with us? I also see Heidi Lasham. Are you with us, Heidi?
I am. Yes.
Okay, great. We're James, did you have any questions for either?
Yeah, so as we've programmed the HERF dollars, the 27.4 million in fiscal years 28 and 29, would that be an arrangement that would work for the final phase of the corridor as it's laid out by fiscal year?
I look at the $27.4 million that's represented in 28 and 29 is most likely going to be low. I really anticipate this to be a similar cost to phase 2, which is about $28 million. That funding shortfall is going to have to be addressed in one way or another.
Okay, well, we were working with this $69.6 million cost estimate. That's the most recent one we have.
But that cost estimate is, my understanding, a couple of years old at least. I believe that was done by HDR, by the RTA.
Hey, Dan, this is Rick Ellis. We got with project team members within the last month to 2 months to get updates on it. We did make some adjustments to basically working off the 30% because the 60% is kind of on hold temporarily.
Yes.
They weren't the HDR numbers, they were the SOMAS numbers.
Okay.
So we're carrying about a 32.3 on 2B. And 37 and a half on 2A. And that's the latest.
But I'm looking at 27.4 on 27.4 on 2B, which is basically phase 3.
So are you saying that the current phase is going to exhaust the dollars that are in fiscal years 24 through 26?
Well, what you're showing there in 24 through 26, yes, that's exhausted.
Okay. Okay, so the sheet's it's using the 69.6 million. That's the best we have. So we'd have to come back to that some other time. But as it relates to the next phase, with these fiscal years, would that be an appropriate place for these funds for that phase?
Well, I'd have to, that's more of a construction schedule. I might have to defer that to Heidi. But what that does mean is phase 1 will conclude. We'll be done with that project. We will wait 1 year and then start building the next 2. In other words, we're going to double up on our mobilization cost with that schedule.
And to my understanding, that's kind of how the project was laid out as of right now. I don't see it going in 27. So as far as I see right now, it's in 28, 29 as it's shown.
Okay, so it sounds like you would be comfortable with that arrangement for the time being.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Ask a question. Is the project fully designed, even that phase 2B, or do we have another design effort that has to happen before the
No, 2B,
for construction?
2B is designed.
Okay.
All right, so any other comments or concerns on Tangerine? I'll move on to Silver Bell. We're close. We plugged in 6.7 million in fiscal 29. I understand that that is not where the dollars are needed, but it's kind of thought of that as a placeholder. And we would be close to satisfying the cost estimate of 49.7 million, minus the ineligible costs, of course. So I don't really have too much more to comment on with that at this point.
James, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Does this include the deferred portion of Silverbill? This is just the cities.
This is just the city's piece to Camino del Cerro.
So in that case, I don't understand how we would go 2 years with no funding and then spend that 6.7 fiscal year 20.
And that's understood, absolutely. There was funding available in that year. So preliminarily, we've plugged it in there. We maybe come to some of the arrangement later, but otherwise, the project needs about $7 million for that segment.
I see what you're saying. The 6.6. Okay.
Yeah. So without that, this would obviously increase to over 7. So.
I did notice you guys are showing 49.7 and our latest was 47.
So if you remove the ineligibles, then that would be what, under 47.
There's an eligible, plus we're also including the archaeological costs in there too. So this is a fully loaded project number. Are you including those as well?
I thought the archaeological had already been expended.
No, phase 1 has already been done. The phase 2 work that's going to occur during the construction activities.
And that
still
bumped
remain.
to 47 to 49.
And that could be caught up in some other,
Check with Kyle if that's included in the construction cost estimate, a below the line cost or something, then it should be reflected in our 47. But if it's not, then you might be right.
so what we're carrying, we've got, there's about 2.5 million in cultural remaining that'll happen during the construction phase. And we've subtracted out the ineligibles, which kind of offsets it. And what James and I were talking about, some of your numbers I noticed had an October deadline on there. Some of our updates were in the August, September. So maybe a month of the CC&I could have even come into play on that. But that we're dancing on some minor differences, but that was probably, we did include that cultural number directly from you.
Okay.
We should verify if we have that.
Okay. And that 2.8 is not an estimated ineligible. That's actually the line.
That's calculated in eligibles. Yeah. The last estimates that was available, it hasn't been updated or at least the EPS number hadn't been updated in the last few months with the Tucson Waterworks still moving on.
Thanks. Anything else on Silverbill? All right, so ballot 13, the north piece of First. This is the county. This is a county project. It's deferred, but it's not. So plugged in funding need for that. We had just under 10.7 million was the cost estimate. We've removed 900,000 of ineligibles, and that is calculated on just 5%. We have 700,000 of local. And we plugged in 6.5 million of perf in fiscal 28. And in fiscal 27 and 28, we have programmed just under 2.6 million of perf, I'm sorry, and 6.5 million of the STBG in fiscal 28. So that appears to satisfy the needs of the project.
To go back to the 900,000 ineligible, how did you calculate that?
That was from the HDR numbers, the quantification that they've done on the water wastewater allocation.
Okay, so if they don't bear out and those become eligible costs,
Yep, then we would adjust. So it's right now just based to use the same methodology for all the estimates on the RTA next projects.
So some of these ineligibles, if we haven't received, we don't have better information, we'll just calculate a 5%. But this one doesn't have a formula, so as Rick mentioned, this was the actual number.
But it was included as part of the HDR calculation numbers to give a fully loaded project cost. But that same thing, it's a percentage allocation just based on past and historical.
and your feeling is that 100 would be covered by what? Not our own local funds? That's what I'm trying to figure out where, we don't,
So the
we don't have
900,
any funding for that.
so it would fall under the water wastewater 79 IGA. So what is it? Wastewater pays for all theirs and water is 50-50 under the county.
It's a betterment. It depends what it is. If it's betterment, it's 100%. If it's
So yeah, that's what it is though. It's wrapped up in those two. So the 79 IGA is not considered a prior right.
I'm just not sure. I mean, I get it's from the HDR. If we haven't done any design work to have any idea, and this is more of a modernization, so I'm not really sure. That seems like a big number to me.
Okay.
It's what I'll say. It seems like a big number to me.
And to a point, or to your question you asked, so yes, this is an estimate. It's when we do actual costs. So the ineligible, when they can be replaced by actual costs, then that's what we actually, the IGA and everything needs to be.
That's true, this is closer to 10% than 5%, so.
Yeah. Be a big number for a bike lane and sidewalk project.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to clarify, I mean, are you requesting we use a different number?
Well, I don't have a better number to give you. I'm just suggesting it's $1 million swing because if those end up being eligible, I mean, one, we would expect to spend some of our own money, like the impact fees that are identified for this project to cover these expenses because we don't have yet another funding source to make the project whole. So I think it's good to understand how we're showing these numbers because usually we show the full project in the tip and then we have the funding sources tied to.
Well, I mean, if we reduced it to the 5%, we would be what, 400,000 range, so. We could do that if you prefer, we can just leave this high number for now.
I see, let's keep going through the projects and
All right,
see how
think
this
it over.
plays out. I just wanted to make clear there's a.
So it's the question is who pays for the ineligible costs? Is that what it is?
Yeah, and why, I mean, it should still be shown in the tip as either additional local or the local we have identified would go towards those ineligible.
Are you saying like for example, utility relocations?
Yeah,
Or is that
Southwest
something
gas,
they will pick up,
TBG.
okay, that's 900,000, that's the utilities, that's their cost.
Yeah, so we might have outside agreements. Sometimes we don't.
And to clarify, they're ineligible for RTA funds, but they're eligible for your local funds or for HERF 12R, right?
Usually, depending what it is, depending if there's prior rights, depending, I mean, there's a bunch of information we don't know about this project since we haven't even really started planning it.
So as we show ineligibles here, that would be referring to EPT and supplanted sources. So there may be more nuance than that, but to get this worksheet to function, we had to make some assumptions. So.
That answer your question?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question. Catherine, I think I asked this earlier, but based on this spreadsheet, the county won't need any RTA dollars, either 2006 plan or RTA next for this project? First question, I have a follow-up.
I mean, I think it's a little contingent on this 900,000 of ineligible. But if this got programs like this, we should have enough money to deliver the project with the reduced scope. So I don't know if that throws a wrench in it or not, but this is based on a reduced scope from RTA one.
Does that require board approval? That would just
Correct. So yeah, in order for this to move forward, it'd have to come off the deferred list, in which case then the board would have to take action on the revised scope to then move it into the current. And there's you notice construction is targeted for fiscal year 28, so there's a period compliance issue that dances in that area too.
That was my follow-up question. Is that when you all are proposing delivering it, or is that just how the money lined up?
That's just how the money lined up.
Have a target date for delivery?
But this reflects what we've talked about, which is the 2-year design time frame on a federal project that's going to be needed to complete design, obligation requests, certs and all that stuff.
That's the 1.7 over those 2 years.
Anything else on ballot 13?
If I may, connecting the dots on the 2 projects that we're showing there, it sounds like the gap for Silver Bell is a problem. But then if the county is flexible on FY 28, I'm just wondering, maybe this is getting ahead, but I can see where maybe there could be some movement potential of that project, the county's First Avenue project to 29 to swap out the SCBG in 28 for Silver Bell.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that. I was just about to go back to Silver Bell on that also, whether for the HERF, or I was thinking based on your earlier comments, because the 6.6 and 29 isn't really realistic from the project delivery timeframe for Silver Bell, because we're ready to advertise. Would that be one of the candidates you mentioned that's showing a shortfall that is shovel ready and eligible for RTA funds? Either HERF or RTA, but we're ready to advertise.
So what's that process, Jamie? This is a construction ready project. Is that a request that is made to the RTA board? Is that our board member brings that up? Like, what's the process to get it? I think this is one of the ones that we still don't have construction ready to go. So what's the process
For Silver Bell? And what's the gap on that?
17
It's about 7. If we don't include that, the dollars in 29.
Well, I think first, maybe we just go through the projects and we sort of see what the issues are. We discuss them, and maybe that'll help us to reveal some of these, adjustments we could even make today. So if we can, maybe if you're saying that's construction ready, maybe there are other projects that don't have as imminent a need. There could be some adjustments maybe after we go through all the projects and identify the situation. That palatable, James?
Absolutely. Sure. Something I'm noticing though, if it's ready to go to construction, I mean, would moving those dollars to fiscal 28 really, does that help very much? I mean, this is what
No, we're not suggesting that. And we can't use the STBG because we're not going to federal at this stage.
it would just be potentially 2.5, but it still seems like it's too late.
There's any HERF 12R in 25 or 26 on another project that could be swapped for something else that it would be like that.
There are some City of Tucson projects with substantial amounts per, but how do you want to do this? Come back to it?
Yeah, maybe just go through all the projects and identify this. It's helpful to hear that this one's construction ready, but the gap is an issue. Yeah.
All right, so let's I'll move to the other first, ballot 14, Grant River. So we're not taking any action on that. The current programming is 74.2 million. The funding need is 54.6 million. The total project cost estimate currently is 135.6 million. And we've removed 6.7, almost 6.8 million of that to bring us to the 54.6 gap. That's not something we addressed in the sheet. If he has any comments.
My my team can tell me if I'm speaking out of turn here, but I don't expect, are we gonna deliver that whole 18 million? Before?
No.
Could we move some of that 12R to Silverbell, make Silverbell whole? Still gonna leave a gap. First Avenue is gonna have a gap no matter what.
Mhm.
Give you a number of what we would expect to expend over 24, 25. It's certainly gonna take at least two.
So the design IGA is like 3.5 or something.
I thought it was 5.
Okay,
5, 6 in my mind.
Well, I was gonna suggest even the money that's in 25, the 33 million of RTA. I don't see a project spending 33.5 million in a single year. If you're just getting ready to start design.
That's correct.
So I'm not sure there's an issue here at all, but just keep in mind that everything on first is within ballot. That's the original ballot amount. That's not an augmentation. Those aren't new dollars. I'm not sure there'd be any.
We're gonna blow right past ballot on
Oh, sure, of course.
But my suggestion is leave the RTA money as programmed, although I agree with Captain, we're not gonna spend 33 million in that project. But I would suggest moving that 7.6 to Silverbell, or 12R to make Silverbell whole. That frees up the 6.6 to 29 for another project.
If I may, James, your concern is that if we remove funds from this project, we're under the ballot commitment.
Right, we're not satisfying the ballots.
So that's
And there's-
12R, so that's part of the RTA ballot.
It is, yes, at this point.
But we're gonna.
But you could do it in a future fiscal year, so this.
And we're confident there's more RTA funding available. We're just not allowed to talk about.
No, of course, we're confident there is more, but I didn't know if there's a technical matter, pulling dollars off the ballot amount.
Well, I think I guess my preference would be to not go below ballot if we can as part of this exercise. So if there are funds that we could put on first from an outer year potentially to kind of keep it whole.
Isn't that what you're talking, Sam? Is taking Silverbell 6.69, shift it down and move the 7.65 up.
Right.
Which is within a couple, isn't that where you're going, Jamie? Is basically it's a 1-for-1 swap. It's just, it doesn't line up in fiscal years, but the total.
That would be fine. But you're still gonna have those 2 years of $0 that we're gonna have to sort out at some point.
That funding need to show up on that 2026, because that's the end of the RTA funding. I mean, you're trying to match the ballot amount, but if you go beyond the 26, it's no longer within that. Or it doesn't matter.
And
If it doesn't
and
matter,
if
then
the
it makes sense.
construction for First Avenue was in fiscal year 26, 27 start, and it's a 2-year program. 29 will still be during construction. Right? Like it seems like a clean.
Yeah,
split.
yeah. So just move the same amount from First Avenue to Silverbell in 24, and then maybe 29 to First Avenue.
So we would reduce it by 6.69. And then we would leave the remainder there to stay with ballot. It wouldn't be lower ballot.
That gets us closer to that 7 million. I mean. Or
I guess I'll open it up to James and the group at this point, Madam Chair. I mean, so we don't lose some of these thoughts, would it be good to start another version to kind of show this? I don't want to get ahead of going through all the projects, but at the same time, I think this is a really good discussion and we've got a potential solution. So what's the appetite for that?
I'm good with that. We can track those changes. Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the kind of the point of an all-day tip meeting is to have these conversations.
It always come back and change and make some adjustment later on.
Yeah.
We were planning to do that, but I think before we get through the whole list, maybe we should just put those adjustments in a new worksheet for now. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just confirming that on First Avenue for the IGA for the design phase has no 12R wrapped up in it, so that's free to move. It's all RTA and impact fees.
I'm sorry. You repeat that.
Just saying this I was double checking to make sure none of that HERF 12R and 24 on First Avenue was wrapped up in the design IGA, which is already approved. Just confirming that it's not, so available to me.
It's good. That's an excellent point.
I just checked the IGA.
You did, so,
Yeah.
okay.
It was
Oh, you're
RTA,
confused.
well, it's RTA and Tucson impact. fees.
Okay.
There's no HERF wrapped up in the
Okay.
IGA.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, so yeah, easy swap.
Let's back in, let's see it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I suspect that we're gonna have to be doing multiple IGA amendments as we go through this process, probably for all 14 of these projects. We'll need to just.
Well, you still have the 12.6, but it'll just be in the out year. So it's not as if you're doing away with 12, you still, if it's shown in the IGA.
In
it'd be
the
in-
IGA.
Oh, design, okay.
then we can't
Yeah,
spend
yeah.
RTA.
It's all RTA. It's all RTA. Yeah, we're,
It's all RTA
Yeah.
for the design?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I remember. It was- They just have one open over there. Okay.
So
I just think I just.
Yeah.
So we're at a point where I think we've resolved the technical issues, so we can proceed with making this adjustment. But also Carolyn just informed me that lunch is here. So Carolyn, did you
So
want?
if we wanted to have a working lunch, we could take a quick break now and have the food while it's warm and just come back and keep moving through. Okay with
Makes
that?
sense.
We have lunch set up in our room, so right now. 1:33, we'll get to our lunch.
For how long, Carolyn, if I may?
Let's take about 15 right now, and then we'll come back.
Just-
Hey, looks like we've got. Everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
All right, the time is now straight up noon. I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
Who's looking for?
Let's see. Sonia, if you would just quickly read through the listing of people that are here, so we can go back in order.
Pana Morana, Dan Grossman.
He's here.
Okay. Town of Sahuarita, Thomas Garcia. Town of Oro Valley, Jose Rodriguez. ADOT, Mark Hoffman. Total Nation, Patricia Pablo. Cascoyaki, Jason Bahi. City of Tucson, Robin Rain. Kingman County, Catherine Skinner. And Mr. Scott Robideau from Tucson Airport Authority.
Thank you, everyone. We'll get moved back onto item 6 and continuing our conversation of programming our regional funds. Jamie, I'll turn this back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody. Making good progress. So James is going to resume what he was doing. He's got a separate sheet that he's going to be working with. It's going to reflect some of the proposed adjustments we've been discussing. It sounds like it's going to be a challenge to have two, like a split screen of two versions. So he may just stay with the main sheet as we talk through the projects, but then toggle to the other one, reflecting the adjustments. So bear with us. And I do want to come back to something that I said earlier, just to clarify too, in terms of the county's First Avenue project. So we talked about approval that's necessary. That's a scope change project. My understanding that's voter approval is necessary for that. So I think we talked about the RTA board needing to approve that. I believe voter approval is required for that project. Scope change. But it's in FY 27 and 28 because it is a third project. So it's out of
Okay. We're going to bring that listing back up.
Just a second. Go. Is that what year are we going to have? That the 24. Silverville.
So my understanding that City of Tucson was the proposal was to shift the PERF 12R from FY 24 from First Avenue to FY 24 Silver Bell Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then the, I guess, a subsequent step would be to set the HERF 12R from Silver Bell in FY 29, move that to First Avenue grant.
That was in an attempt to make the ballot amount full, right? Okay.
Guess good question, just timing question for that project. So, should we recommend these changes today? That'll need to move through the committee structure before they'll be reflected in the tip, right?
That is correct.
So that would need to happen before we can complete an IGA showing those funds, which would need to happen before we advertise. So I'm just trying to think, what is our earliest anticipated?
I think,
So say that again, what's the time frame for when this would be?
Well, you see, my understanding is that for fiscal years 24 through 26, because we have a 22 through 26 tip, we're going to be processing formal tip amendments to reflect recommendations that come out of this tip subcommittee. So we'll go through the full tip committee process. And so in terms of the timing with the IGA piece, I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm looking at Rick with some thoughts, but at least we know that what the next steps are for the tip.
And this, and you're aiming for the December 6th regional council for this, or do you think it's going to be in January?
I would think that most likely it would be January, because I'm not sure we're going to get everything 100% solidified today. So TPC in December could lead to management and regional council in January.
And that would line up with when our next anticipated board meeting too. That'd probably be the earliest we could hit that too, with an IGA for it. And that's based on the last round of all the design work and hopefully getting the some water clearances and all that stuff. That should line up on around that time frame. So we can process that, I would think, in parallel. That would be the quickest.
Regional council meets again in March, is that right?
Oh, I think they usually go a January, March, May sequence, but usually the calendar is not set until that first January meeting, but that's traditionally it.
We're gonna aim for January.
January would be the next one because we wouldn't hit December. But I think January, yeah, if that's what you're thinking for the tip amendment, we can certainly run those in parallel.
So while I completely agree that we were not going to use that for the First Avenue money in FY24. So that seems like a pretty good way to move this. If that's uncomfortable, should we add enough for Silver Bell out of the RTA unprogrammed? Is that what's going to be more comfortable for you?
We can't do that today. So today we just.
I understand, but we need to do it soon at TBC at least, so that we can, get an IGA and tip amendment for Silver Bell, right?
I don't know. I'm not trying to follow your question.
So Silver Bell's not fully funded based on this.
Correct.
And we don't have an IGA amendment yet, and we don't have a tip amendment that gets us fully funded yet. So for construction, even though we're almost ready to construct, we don't have all of the administrative things done. And you're saying we do it in January, but there's not very much time between now and January.
I mean, I think, is it possible that we'll actually, it sounds like this is a high priority project that needs to be fully funded, if at all possible today, right? So is there a way we can shift other funds today from SCDP HERF to make it whole? I guess that would be my first question. And then if there's a gap,
That's
maybe
what
then
we're talking about with the HERF is moving it from First Avenue. But I was hearing a lot of consternation about that move. So I wanted to make sure that, we're open to other options as well.
I think there was just some initial concern, but and we've confirmed that it's not a problem.
Okay.
So, and so I've made these changes here where we're back to the needed down to 638,000 on Silver Bell. We've programmed, now we have 23.1 million of HERF the current fiscal year. We've reduced the HERF on First Avenue to just under $1 million. And then we've increased that amount, or the HERF, we've replaced it with the 6.61 or 6.691 million in fiscal 29. So we maintain the 74,200,000 as we had previously. Still 638,000 short, but it's close. I guess we could just eliminate. When we could eliminate it completely by reducing first.
Does the city have any suggestions for right now at this point? We can continue to go through the projects, but do you have any recommendations for addressing that $600,000 shortfall? Like, I think I see, what's this, is that 959 on First Avenue? That be reduced by 600?
Sorry, what was the First Avenue? What did you say?
We still have 959,000 on First Avenue and fiscal 24. So if we reduce that, I mean, we could make Silverbell whole.
I think that was my suggestion initially, but you said we couldn't go below ballot amount.
So we huddled. I think it would be okay in the short term to do that.
Yeah, that's our recommendation to make Silverbell whole.
So we'll do that's 38 for the reduce. Sleep at 73.5. 37. Okay, we'll just leave that there for the time being. So with that we fully funded Silverbell. We are slightly below ballot now on First. It was 74.2, and now it's 73.652.
I see 74.4 is the ballot amount for First Avenue on the RTA plan. Small difference.
Is it 74.4? Okay, so that would be then, if it's 74.4, it'd be 748,000. Well, okay.
74,398.
Okay, that's a familiar number, so okay. Okay. Okay, so now let's move to PRR Grant Road, the Grant Underpass. That's been under ballot. There's been we have no issues there. It's fully funded, and I believe it's about $9 million under ballot per call. So Any discussion there? We're good to go. We've increased some funding, her funding in the fiscal years 25 and 26. Does that fit the timeline?
Yeah, I think we're good there.
Okay. Right. What we're discussing links today.
James was just asking me for discussing downtown links today. I think I was a little bit surprised there was a shortfall. I had to read that one up.
I thought we were fully funded there.
So I guess in terms of urgency for filling that $4 million gap, what's the city's thoughts on that? Is that?
I mean, it should be part of, we're nearing the end of construction. And I think that it was fully funded up until just recently with some of the delays that we've experienced in the Pacific. So it should be part of the conversation. Projects under construction. We're going to wrap that thing up here in the next 12 months or less. And there's an opportunity to make that one whole. I think we should try to do that.
Well, do you have any suggestions or dollars from
I
another?
don't, but if you want to table that and come back to it after we go through some of these others.
Okay. We'll do.
I'm a parent. I haven't looked through this that closely yet.
And there are certainly other projects on this list where the 24 funds that are in the program, like First Avenue on RTA, is not going to be expended this fiscal year. So it's just maybe a movement of funding for the projects just to make this one whole in this or next fiscal year, once the rest of it is discussed.
But we can do that, but at this point, excuse me, since we've fully programmed out on this sheet, the STBG and the HER, it's going to reduce the amount available for the other projects. It's not, it can't come from any other place today.
Okay.
So as long as that's clear, okay. Right, correct, exactly. So.
And I mean, I guess part of the reason I keep bringing up the RTA and what's sitting there is part of the reason Catherine brought it up. When we sit here and try to make this entire program as whole as possible, and we don't bring all of the funding sources to bear, it becomes a little difficult to make these decisions.
But I think at the end of it, we're going to have projects that are going to have red numbers.
Right.
So I think the goal here is to get as many of those to green, 0 as possible.
Right.
The rest will sort out.
Yes.
Just to add to that, it's helpful to hear which ones are the most pressing for each of the member agencies. So if you're saying there's more flexibility for one project, but less for another, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll come back to links. Grant Road, phases 3 and 4. I believe those are fully funded. That's good to go. The funding needed here refers to phases 5 and 6. We're showing 84.3 million. Once you're removing ineligibles, and I think that's more or less in line with Andy with your number earlier. So you add back the ineligibles, it would, it's in the $95 million range. So, anything else on those last 2 phases of Grant Road?
So I guess, so phase 5, 6, Park to Palo Verde, no funding, or
It
has no
doesn't.
funding right now.
Yeah, so phases 3 and 4 exhausted ballot.
You got 5 million?
There's some design money.
There's the design money that's actively on that was actually allocated before 3 and 4 drained the rest of the ballot. So we fully funded 3 and 4 for all right-of-way activities and construction based on estimates prior to bid opening. And then the 5 million to keep 5 and 6 funding design.
So that's true. That is within the ballot, the 5 million.
But that drains the corridor.
We're approaching 90% plans on that. We're ready to buy right of way. We don't have authorization to purchase right of way, so project's gonna stay in limbo, I guess, until we get your question on how to.
How long did it take on phase 4 to get all the right of way?
2.5, 3 years.
We're aiming in the life of this tip, we'd have to start that this year.
Yeah, we made our initial request for right away acquisition dollars in February. We still don't have approval.
That right away acquisition for 5-6 isn't showing.
No, but Grant Road is just taking us, the program just takes us to ballot.
The board hasn't said this is a project that we're pushing to RTA next either.
So at this point, this late in the program, the focus is on construction ready. Since I know it's to get there without row acquisition, but that's really the direction. And I think that Silverville is a great example of that. There are a few projects that it's pressing the priorities now. So unfortunately, Grant, as it stands, 5 and 6 is not a part of that conversation.
Maybe when we iterate, go through this list and then go again, because I'd love to hear how we get the construction ready with right of way. But I understand priority 1 and priority 2, priority 3.
Okay, so 22nd Street. We have dollars programmed all the way through 29. It gets us close. Actually, it does. Let's get us close. It gets us to the 179,600. So we have subtracted a very small and eligible number, 1.6 million. We're fully programmed there. If we can use the dollars that late, we can go as far as fiscal 29, and that also includes a swap with Barraza. In the event that those dollars couldn't be obligated this fiscal year.
If I may, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So we've been exploring options for this, and Mark, you've actually been inquiring directly with the project manager about Barraza and the ability to obligate funds on that project in FY24. It sounds like it's actually going to be very tight for ADOT.
Yeah, it'd be pretty tight because they haven't, based on what they are going to need, the data and the work that needs to be done to be able to authorize those funds in 24. It's going to be, there's a lot of risk involved because most likely that would come in until the 4th quarter, and they would prefer not to take that on at this time. So it's for them to authorize it would be just extremely tight, and it'd be a lot of risk. So.
Quarter being decision by this body or maybe by the city, or when you say 4th quarter, are you referring to the city saying we can't obligate in the 4th quarter and here you go, or if we were to make that decision today still be tight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because they'd have to go through the process of get it through committee, get a consultant on board, get the work done, and get to a point where the work would be done to get the right of way authorized. Right.
Yeah. So is the answer no, or we just prefer not to?
The answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to take the pressure off.
So I guess if Tucson, you had indicated that could obligate the funds in fiscal year 24.
The potential exists that we could obligate the funds.
I mean, that was always our goal.
It is definitely still a goal. I will say the twist here, though, is having federal money in 29, because it's a 3.5-year project. And if you go from 24 to 29, you have 5 years of federal funding, and I'm not sure that you can continue expending federal funding beyond the end of construction.
That's going to run you into the same issue that if you have to get obligated by 24, 29 is not available to you yet.
That's what I mean, but if we start in 25, because you guys would have obligated the 24 money, then it's 25 through 29. And that's 4 years, against 3.5 year construction that works, cash flow wise.
So would 24 through 28 work? Because we would, I think what we would do is we would, correct me if I'm wrong, James, would we just move the 15.96 or whatever it is, 15.5 million from 29 to 24? Knock on that budget?
I mean, I think, yeah, 24 through 28 would work. Because we're already gonna be going for the end of 24. It makes us feel a little stressed because of how slow the raise agreement and the CMAR process has gone to date.
But
to make an absolute promise.
we don't have a 24 through 28. We have a 22 through 26.
Right, exactly.
But we're anticipating having that early.
We're
next year.
anticipating have a 25 through 28. We don't have a 20 or a 25 through 29.
Right.
We don't have a 24 through 28.
Right.
That's the whole reason we had to do the
Right.
Country Club thing.
Yeah.
Understood, and that's a little quirk too, because we have to prove somehow to FHWA when we do this raise agreement that we are fully funded. And if we don't have a tip that shows the ends of this year, we have to show something that says the region has funding through this fiscal year.
If I may, Robin, is that agreement underway?
Oh, yeah, it's been
Yeah.
underway for quite some time.
And
But
is-
that's one of the premises of it. And I mean, as we get a new GMP, it goes back through another iteration of, oh, is this what you're, so. They have a few comments. We're going back with a few more comments. I think we're closing in on actually having the agreement signed, but it has like 4 different agencies in Washington that it needs to go through too. And then part of the premise here was the STBG was to be signed over to FHWA directly so that we would be the direct recipient through FHWA. Because at that point, that doesn't want to be also one of the reviewers. But I think that works across fiscal years. It's just that if we don't have a tip that goes through the end of the fiscal year showing, I don't know how it works.
Welcome to my world.
Unless others have a suggestion, I think we go back to what we had prepared in September to show the STBG in FY24. City of Tucson, sounds like you've indicated that you can obligate in this fiscal year. That was.
We're gonna give it a shot.
Well, let's say, but to your point, Rod, we can't unless, even if you put the 15 million back in FY24, show 27 and $28 in a tip, we can't obligate. We need to show all the construction funding in a tip to obligate it, so it would all have to be 426, which is available unless we talk about what we can't talk about.
So yeah, I don't have the answers to that, but are you 100% sure that if we had in the spring we had a draft project list that showed funding from 25 through 29 that might be sufficient, or does it have to be approved? Because again, we're looking at end of May for approval by the regional council. I know.
I don't know the answer, honestly. I mean, yes, the tip proves it, action by the board or regional council proves that the tip has the money and we're all good. But if we don't have a tip, and we're expending money beyond the end of the tip, that's not a question I've asked FHWA.
Doesn't look like there's any other places to put that 15 and change anyway, so that's our option, right? Just put it there and then work as a group together to make the project whole as fast as possible, and that's our best shot at keeping the funds in the region.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate. You're saying it's a goal to hit fiscal year 24. Raise agreement, full design, finishing that, NEPA certs, railroad agreements, utility clearances.
That's a real agreement.
With UP?
Uh-huh.
That's done? Okay. I was gonna say, can you hit every single thing by that time frame?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a goal, but is it reality with all the partners we've got on the table?
Actually, the NEPA, because the ground disturbance doesn't change even, because whatever we're redesigning would just surface stuff up above in the air. So it's not gonna change the NEPA. NEPA is closing in, UP is done. It's really just the agreement and, some redesign of like the surface elements of the bridge.
Yeah, and then just making sure we have all the money.
Right, and so right now what I'm hearing is the trickiest bit is showing up HWA, we have all the money
In the 3 fiscal years of the.
in the fiscal year that are
program.
available to show tip. If there's another instrument by which we can prove we have the regional will to expend money beyond 26, I'm not aware of it.
It's
Just
called
the
the tip.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Maybe we can talk with the Plan A, and Plan A. Plan A is obligate the federal funds in fiscal year 24 and have a project list that goes out to 28 or 29 showing sufficient funding for the project. But if either of those things can't happen, what would be our Plan B?
I don't know that we would have the capacity to develop a plan B today. We could think about it. Maybe we should go through with Plan A today. And then maybe that's a follow-up question. Is that something the city of Tucson would be willing to ask FHWA in terms of time frame and demonstration of full funding? I mean, it's appropriate request.
Well, I think it probably would be most productive to have a meeting with FHWA, ADOT, and PAG and talk it through all together rather than with just one or two of us. That makes a lot of sense to me. And we'll happily set up that meeting if you guys want to.
Yeah, so I've just, I've. This is a concern before as well, placing STPG on Verizon in fiscal 29. I know that we're saying that that might not work because of the timing of the right of way acquisition.
Putting SVG in 29 on Verizon?
Mhm.
I thought that was no longer an issue.
I think
Oh, it's
we
not an issue.
resolved that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're okay.
Kind of back to the way what was presented in what, September or?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, excellent.
Are we talking about Verizon now? Because I was just curious, the comparison. This is a different Verizon that's in a tip thing was presented. Figure out.
It's the same project.
Same project.
So is the funding showing up in the same years on this sheet as it's looking sheet from our packet?
So we had in the September meeting, we programmed for 2.3 million of STPG in fiscal 29 to get us to ballot. And then we had this, then there was a concern that that might not work. So then we took those dollars and placed them on 22nd Street. So we also didn't have programming in 29. And we front loaded 22nd Street in fiscal 24 with that amount. Or I'm sorry, we front loaded Barraza with that amount, reduced 22nd Street, added the amount to the end of 22nd Street to fiscal 29.
Yeah, I'm referring to this that was presented
Well,
earlier.
so all that movement, I don't believe, yeah, right, it's on it, that was not, that's what you're referring to, that is part of the programming exercise.
Well, I understand what I'm trying to say. Is this project the same as that project in terms of the tip rate?
Yes.
Okay.
Same project.
Yes, same project.
And then is this sheet that looks like a tip what ADOT wants, or is what's on our screen what ADOT wants in the tip that we're developing with 25 to 29 tip? Because we can only have this SCP and we can't show it in two different places.
This looks like the current tip that's shown on that.
I would
'Cause
say
it doesn't
that's
go
correct.
past 26. Right?
No, she's, no,
I'm referring to that, which is the same thing here, and that goes to up to 26 on Baraza, yet ours goes up to, yet what we presented for the future tip goes through 27, 28, 29.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one that's going through 29 is what I anticipated seeing on the screen. That's what we're creating that tip document.
But that's been just updated. He just updated with that 15.337, right? Because that's not on my sheet here.
If I may, Catherine, you're bringing up an excellent point. A lot of adjustments were made just in the last several days. And so I don't know if you have a response, Mark, but this worksheet was developed and has information that predates the tip amendment request and ADOT's tip amendment request and ADOT's proposal for 25 through 29. So we do need to reconcile those. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and this is one of the projects I was referring to that needs to be updated.
Okay.
Yep. And another version will come back, so.
Is it safe to say that for the purposes of this exercise that we would put the SDBG and FY29 on Baraza? We could do that as a programming exercise?
So it's on the screen, that'd be.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, great.
And then keeping the money in 25 and 26 as well.
So
That's the easy.
we, for them to be whole, they need 19.6 million of RTA in some form. So,
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can they spend it in those years? Because that's just it. Well, the motion to amend the tip to take that money out of those years. Rod.
Sorry, what was the?
My
Oh,
question was on the SDB, G that's shown in 25 and 26. Are you guys gonna be able to use that? Or does that need to be zeroed out?
we're proposing in the next program to move it out into 26 and 20 or 27, 28, right? There's the existing. Proposed below it as an empty. Yeah, 24 is different. Yeah.
Seemed to me that you wanted to be zero to match what you guys were presenting.
But that comes back to Jamie's point of reconciling the two things, because this was presented for just informational purposes.
But the one that we did take action on that does affect through 26, we took that STB out. So we don't. We moved in the direction of getting rid of the regional funding on Baraza.
Would it make sense, if I may, that if there's a break, that we would want to update the worksheet to reflect the two programs that ADOT presented, the amendment and the programming request? And I guess this is directed to Mark and Rod. Would you want us to update this worksheet to reflect that?
Well, we zeroed them out and we moved this money up into Baraza or up into Keno Country Club. Right? So, yeah, they would be reflected. They could be reflected in there, but in talking about if you're talking about the 25 to 29 tip, we would want to show what's going to be in our 27, 28 year. And assume that's what we're talking about now so it's tomatoes kind of thing.
Well, I guess that's kind of what my question is. Do we want the ultimate tip to look like what's on the screen? Or would you like us to have what was on the sheet you presented on the screen? Because that's what we're trying to build. And we're gonna have to do fiscal constraint on, in my mind, what's on the screen.
I think we would be happy with either way. We'll leave that up to PAG.
We go with what's on the screen because.
Or what he said.
Yeah. We're saying no to to bring in the SVG from
15 to
22nd.
24.
So now we're back to what was presented back in September for those adjustments. And then that included funding in 25, 26, 27, 28, and then you deferred some construction to 29. So as long as that reflects on this sheet, that's what we want shown in the tip.
You're comfortable with that arrangement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all for that conversation. Sounds like we're set.
So unless there's anything else on Barraza, we'll move to Irvington.
I'll ask another broad question. Maybe a troublemaker. So we also have her 12R shown in what was presented. I'm assuming that also comes off, and that's all going to be taken care of in that 15,337 that's in 29.
Well, I will have to add matching to that. Yes. I don't know if I want to take the time to do that now, but it's a relatively small amount. But you're correct. Yeah, we'd have to add matching.
If I may, the target for Barraza was it 19.6?
It's met here,
Yeah.
so we would reduce the ERF and another.
What was your question, Catherine, about the 875 that was on there? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how, because I feel like we're talking two different lists, and if we're building the tip from 25 to 29 and all of your 19.6 million is supposed to show up there, then let's make it show up there on the sheets.
Yes.
Because you're not going to use the 2.6 million of STP in 26 or the 336 next year or any of the 12R that's showing up. All of that needs to push into later years somewhere.
So that arrangement, of course, it affects other projects. So if they're comfortable with keeping those dollars in those years, then it helps us make the other projects whole. It just helps with the entirety of the programming. So if it has no effect, if it doesn't damage the project, hurt it in some way, our preference would be to leave it alone.
If I may, just to follow on with that, ADOT's preference is to keep what's on the worksheet. Then I would imagine that what was prepared previously and approved would need to be revised at the subcommittee meeting. As well as the programming worksheet to reflect what's on the worksheet. Is that correct, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. That help?
It does. I don't think that, I guess I have to see the math because I think you need the money that's in 25 and 26 going to the I-10, and country club projects. Otherwise that one's not whole. So we need the tip amendment that zero goes out. But maybe we don't. I don't know.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Well, you move that money to that other project.
Yeah, but when you look at the next tip, that's gonna be adjusted again. So when we get to,
But why wouldn't we
country
make it
club,
match here now?
but I don't know.
So-
That's the question that I've been having, because it's
Yeah.
kind of it's almost like an instantaneous 3-year tip that will change in this one. So 24 will not necessarily, the 24 tip that's shown here, that's not yet approved by the board, will not necessarily coincide with the 25 to 29. 24, 25, it's, yeah.
The proposed funding, not the tip amendment, but the proposed funding from the packet today, it goes through 29.
Okay.
It shows $0 for Barraza in 25 and 26, and then plenty of money for Barraza in 27 and 28. Show that here.
That's
I would think so.
that's what I would think.
But then when we get to, since we're talking about the tip for 25 to 29, when we get to, if we talk about, country club, we need to show what we're planning for 25 to 29, not what was done in the tip amendment. And when we get to Irvington, our Irvington, we have to show what we're planning for Irvington in 25 to 29, not what was done in the tip amendment.
Right. So
Correct, because they're not,
It's a
they're not
full
the
tip.
same.
It's not just this list of projects, it's a full tip that
Right.
we're developing.
Right.
But they don't need STP or country club, they need a STP because they're not showing any of our STP.
Correct, yeah, correct.
In the country club, so
Correct.
that's what's showing up on.
All
here.
ASTP.
And could be a future amendment.
And the same thing with
that would still-
Irvington too, it's all ASTP.
But that could be a future amendment because Baraz is not even really rolling toward that end yet.
Right.
I think.
Yes.
Does that? Just.
These are really important questions. We need to be fiscally constrained by year and fund source. I think for right now, we have guidance to just proceed with what's on the sheet for Baraz Aviation, but we recognize that we need to reconcile this and maybe some adjustments that come to the committee's next month's meetings. But that's the best we can do for now, unless ADOT would like us to take a break and make changes to the worksheet.
We get to decide to take a break, is that what you just said?
I mean, I guess the question that I would have is, when we get to the end of the sheet, if you all are looking for some sort of motion or action that says, we've got fiscal constraint, this is a good list, I don't think we can get there without taking a break. But if we're just saying, yeah, we've made good progress, we feel comfortable, ready to meet the next time when these things are worked out, then maybe fine.
Well, should we keep going with the other projects and you table this one for Raza? And then when we've gone through the other projects, take a break and then ADOT's.
That sounds great.
Okay. Yeah. That's the point.
Now are we moving on to Irvington Road?
I was just trying to get my sheets in order here. Okay, so Irvington, ballot 22. No need is shown. I believe everything's 9.8 million of SCBGs programmed in the prior year. So any comments on Irvington?
We've already met the obligation, no future RTA funding.
The 9.8 million is already programmed. So that meets the ballot obligation.
And does it meet I see we don't have a revised project cost estimate for that, but is the project fully funded based on the latest design?
Sorry?
Is the Irvington TI fully funded based on what's shown here relative to the latest cost estimate?
Yes, in the current cost estimate of construction is 79 million. So that's where we've got the first year of construction funding in 25. And then we'll be bringing the second year of the construction funding in 26. Fully fund construction. That's 79 million.
Right here it's shown in 24, but earlier we took action to move that to 25.
On Irvington?
Right, did we not?
On
38.13.
On Irvington, it seems like the entire 9.8 million is already essentially expended in 22 and 23. I don't see any SAP, which is akin to the RTA money in 24.
It's all AST.
That's already been spent on design, essentially. Oh, pretty.
So it does look like we need to make some adjustments to the bottom line, bottom row, local funds, ASTP, STP match to reflect the tip amendment and proposal, but that's all ASTP, to my understanding, so it shouldn't affect this exercise.
Okay, if there's something else on Irvington, ballot 23 Valencia. So made some of these changes in the last meeting where we shifted programming by a year. And we're showing 9.8 million on Valencia of HERF and STBG. That's also fixed amount, so we've met ballot, and that satisfies the RTA obligation.
Misgiving I have here is designing. There doesn't seem to be a smaller pot of money in advance to design the sign IT Alvernon.
Would it be preferable to have all the STP in a single year too, instead of split over a couple?
Well, what I'm hearing about STVG is that we can do construction over a couple of years and it can be right. I think for a match for STVG, you only need 5.7%. We've got clearly way more than that in 12R. So, you know, if we slid more of the STVG into the later year, probably easier than trying to do design with federal funding. More of a question of allocating funding in the right year to do the right tasks. Probably not a big deal.
So would the city's request be if we could to shift the SDG on Valencia from 26, all of it to 27? Or is there a specific amount?
We have to have some con funds in 26 for ballot compliance. We still have to meet that.
And what you're saying, Robin, is it'd be good to have some HERF or something else, potentially even 25, to fund design so that we're prepared to obligate this TBG in 26 or 7.
Right. If we had some money in 25 to start design, we could finalize design in 26 and obligate by the end of the year. And we would obligate the construction between the two fiscal years, 26 and 27. And that should work as long as you've got the cash flow, right?
Yes, I think so. Not a planner.
Well,
You just start.
I'm just talking about how construction, not every dollar has to be in the same fiscal year to obligate it all at once. It can go over, like you're doing with Country Club, over several fiscal years for the same construction project.
Believe so.
Well, ADOT does it on major projects and.
But this is too small.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so we need to move it into 1 year.
Yeah, you have to have your construction all in 1 year. That's general. I mean, ADOT for major projects, we can AC.
So for 22nd, it would work because it's 181 million, but for this one, because it's 9.8, probably not so much.
Well, I would ask for the definition of a major project.
Yeah.
So, I mean, ADOT, the Keno Country Club is defined by the feds as a major project. And that has various implications to the project. It's got it. Anything over 500 million is classified as a major project. So because the corridor was 1.2 billion, it was classified as a major project by the feds. So I don't know whether that is the reason why we're allowed to do that or not. Because we have other projects, there's 200 million. Once you get above 150, 200 million, you have to spread it over several years. There's not enough money in a single year.
Right. Well, that'll be part of our conversation when we have FHWA ADOT.
Yes.
Probably in the same room on the 22nd Street. That's kick that can. But on this one, then all of the federal funding needs to be in one fiscal year because it's all meant for construction. And the local match of 5.7 at least has to be in the same fiscal year.
Right.
Preferably everything that's going to go construction should be in the same fiscal year. And the only thing we'd have in an advanced year would be enough to do design, which for something this small, I would ballpark it at 500,000 or 600,000 because we're not looking at right-of-way acquisition. We're not looking at a major NEPA clearance. It's a fairly small traffic type, non-invasive project.
And would that count for meeting, someone who said we need to have something before 26 for the sake of RTA?
Yeah.
Ballot, can that design funds count?
Well,
But if we put the construction in 27 and design in 25.
no, ballot compliance is start of construction by the period. So we've got to start construction. NTP has to be issued before June 30th, 2026.
2026. Okay, so we pilot in 2026, I guess.
If I'm hearing this correctly, maybe we're suggesting how much for design? Did you say 600,000?
The ballot amount for this?
Oh, the design amount? 500,000?
500,000 was
So
what I was-
500,000 you would request for 25, it's gonna be 25, and then
everything else
everything else in 26. Rick?
It's tight. It's doable, but it's tight.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna expend it probably all in 26, but it would be obligated in 26. If we start at the beginning of 25 to do design, I mean, there's not gonna be right-of-way acquisition. It's all gonna be traffic type access control. We might have a little bit of ground service as we, put in ADA ramps or that kind of thing, but it's gonna be super minor, so.
But you would probably want the IGA,
No,
as soon as we could
reduced.
figure out
for
these
that amount.
numbers,
I
get
want
the
the IGA
IGA
done
in
now,
place,
yeah, because otherwise I can't start it.
still looking for a designer
Yeah.
before.
Before we
your
need one,
25
yeah.
starts.
Because that's only 6 feet away. Well, 8 if you consider November and December, but the holidays to me are already over, so.
If I may, just to clarify, we went back and forth, but did we land on all the construction needs to be one fiscal year, not spread out? Is that correct?
Yes.
So I have another question.
Okay.
That Irvington Road project, is that ADOT's project? Is that the TI?
Yep.
So,
No,
no.
no.
Well, it's confusing, and that's why I want to clarify that, because first of all, you got 84 million in fiscal year 24.
That's,
Nobody's gonna spend that. I don't know what's up with that. And I know the city doesn't have a job out there for 84 million in
I mean,
24.
it's 38.13 is the ID,
I think
and
that's-
77.06, whatever
that's a
that is.
misnomer. It shouldn't, that 3813 is assigned to ADOT's TI project. And that's a local project.
But all the funding, under the various funding sources, it lists ASTP, which is what we're gonna use for funding for that job.
No.
Okay, again, let the planner
It's two
go.
separate projects. For 3813, yes, but for 77.06, the local portion, Irvington Road, west of I-19.
I don't think,
Is that-
because
we don't have-
that's.
Yeah,
the
there is no
reason-
project for that. That's my point. It's all
Same project.
It's the same
East
project.
and west of I.
correct. So this is why I'm trying to clarify this.
Yeah. The fraud in the packet was the change to the 84.4.
Well, we moved it out of 24.
Yeah.
There's 0 in 24. So then we're back to the same question before. What are we showing? Because for 1 year, we're gonna have 39 million in 25 for, the rest of this year. But then when we do our new tip, it's gonna show money in 25 and 26. So the project is whole again
Fully constructed.
and fully constructible, so we can fund it next year. So what do you want to show?
Local, I don't care.
It doesn't matter to anybody. It's all ADOT funding.
I may be speaking out of turn, but we probably want to reflect even, in this worksheet, what was just approved as the tip amendment piece, and then come back, and once that's approved, and you make another suggested change for 27 through 29, we reflect it again. But again, it's ASTPG. It's not going to affect this exercise.
I
We
know.
want to be consistent, so we'll come back to it.
Okay.
But I think to answer your question, that is PDOT's project.
Okay. So it will be 0 in 24, and I think 39 million in 25. 39, I don't know what. 32012.
It's ADOT's project, but it covers what was also in the RTA ballot.
Yes.
Okay.
Solution for Valencia would be to reduce in those years, on 22nd Street. 26, reduce 22nd Street, add it to Valencia. And then reduce Valencia in 27, add it back to 22nd Street. It wouldn't harm 22nd's position. You have so many consecutive years of programming anyway.
If I may, James, do you mind showing that on screen? And
Yeah, let me
then
pull it
maybe,
over here.
because I think James has a potential solution to Valencia, but that involves 22nd
So it
Street.
involves 22nd. I haven't touched this hurt yet, but so right, we have all the construction in for most of it in fiscal 26. $500,000 for design in 25. And we just basically swapped years with 22nd Street. So that would work.
You do the same with the 499?
Yeah, I can do the same with 499. I just wanted to focus on the SVG. So basically I would
I don't know if this is premature to ask, but is the city of Tucson comfortable with this proposed adjustment between Valencia and 22nd Street? It's keeping both projects whole, but just shifting.
so you're right. Everything is just shifting a year, right? So we would reduce 22nd in 26, and then make 22nd whole again in 27. So basically, we're just shifting funding this way. We're shifting it out for 22nd and in for Valencia with the STBG. So I'll move the HERF as well, but with that, is that something the city would be okay with? It wouldn't affect 22nd's bottom line. And with that funding in, let's say in fiscal 26, would that be sufficient? I mean, we're probably going to have a lot of residual and roll from these early years. I mean, the current fiscal year on 22nd Street shows 62.4 million of just RTA, HERF, and STBG. So considerable amount is going to roll into 26, I'm assuming.
Well, a lot of this money just rolls, right? And so it's not all gonna get spent. What we have to make sure is we don't go beyond our federal cap in any given year. I'm hearing that the potential exists because this is such a major amount of money that the feds would be okay with having the funding go across several fiscal years, but that's something we're gonna have to establish for 22nd. The problem I have still with this is it goes from 24 all the way to 29. And although the number for the STVG in 29 is still small, if we're really going to start construction the end of this fiscal year, the chances that we will still be expending funding on a 3.5-year project in 29 is fairly slim, even given the fact that we're going over the railroad.
If I may, I'm looking at 22nd and Valencia. Got 7 million of HERF in 26, 7.5 of STBG on Valencia. Swap those. I mean, I guess my point is it seems like we're close to defederalizing Valencia again with that.
Yeah, make Valencia, defederalize Valencia and put all the federal into 22nd.
Yeah, we could do that.
That'd be great. That make any sense?
There's some discussion on
And then we wouldn't have early 29.
federalizing that, taking those dollars, filling out with something else. If that's that far out, that would be like 28 or 29.
Oh, I was just looking at fiscal year 26 between 22nd Street and Valencia. You see what I'm seeing? Like there's a close match between the HERF and the STG.
Oh,
And so
yes.
if we switch those and try to remove all that on Valencia, put it on 22nd Street.
Okay. I was referring to Robin's comment about many consecutive years of STVG and that they wouldn't be able to expend those outer years. That's two different things, but okay, sure. So
What I'm hearing is that for 22nd Street, we should try to zero out the funding in 29 if possible. Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, if we're gonna have federal money in 24, we should be done with federal money by 28.
Let's take a little.
The 19 million in her 29 in Second Street. But getting back to the earlier conversation, it seems like no matter how we move these dollars, critical path for that will be having a tip that goes for the end of this fiscal year. So
You know, and we can have a conversation with FHWA to see if they have another way to promise them we have the money, but I've not seen that done before, so.
Yeah, it seems like a lot hinges on the meeting that you'll be setting up.
Who would you like to put out on this? I don't know if I want to, if some of these will take some time, it'd be better to go through the projects. And get a good break.
Okay. That might be a good idea. So it's not too distant now, so get where I am.
Yeah.
So break now or continue? We take a break now, then maybe I can get these plugged in. 5 or 10 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, let's, if that's okay. Do 10.
Take a 10. 106.
Patrick and Andy. Patrick and True.
Got it here. Nothing to rolling, right? Now we're at 38,000, but the spirit's there, right? Because if we, in other words, you just wouldn't use those dollars in this fiscal year, right? We program it on to, like, we could just show that, right? We just program it onto Valencia in this fiscal year and just let it roll. Would that be bad?
No, I think we can.
Guy I work with is going tonight. My daughter's there tonight too. The World Series.
All right,
I would like to
time
keep
is
the-
now 1:25 and we're gonna end our
Copy
break.
that. Okay.
Sonia, do we still have a quorum? Yes, we do. Okay, thank you. So we'll pick up our conversation on item 6. I'll kick it over to Mr. Brown and we'll begin when we were. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we appreciate all your patience.
I know. I'll see how much of them following of it.
So,
On and be like, wow, what did I write?
Stop the
turn it
conversation.
over
Is that what you're trying to
to
do?
James to share with us work he's done during the break.
Okay, James, thank you.
So,
And keep in mind, I think there may be some residual adjustments we may need to make, and we're keeping track of those. It may just be a little bit more than we can do on the fly during this meeting, without upsetting fiscal constraint, creating match issues, things like that. We have to keep in mind several constraints as we go. So doing our best here, but there may be some.
So, yes, thanks, Jamie. So I'm still about 700,000 short on Valencia. But again, that's something we can clean up. So I reduced 22nd Street in those years and moved the STBG into 22nd. So by doing that, we basically defederalized Valencia again. So I think we keep kind of with the spirit of this, I can move forward on it. But as you said, the details of it I'll try to work out later. But if we defederalize Valencia, place those STBG dollars on 22nd, place the HERF dollars from 22nd onto Valencia, so we've done a swap. I think that would work and provide the bulk of the construction in fiscal 26, with $500,000 of design in fiscal 25.
So to throw yet another wrinkle, we just still need to make sure that 22nd Street has the $70 million match for the raise grant and the 5.7% match for all of the STBG.
So the match amounts that are listed here, those are at least minimum match amounts. But in most cases, they're they exceed it. But so we're all good. We're set there. So the match amounts are okay. As far as so many consecutive years of programming, I mean, I don't have a solution for that at the moment. But we are fully programmed on this project as it shown now. So this program brings us to $180 million.
70 million local, 44 RTA plus 26 for. All right.
You're right, 44 is RTA, is TPT.
Yeah, and then below in the totals column, 44.4 in RTA, 26.7 in PERF.
Yep.
So those would be considered local match.
And what portion of the 38 is also local match as well? We
Because now
don't
we
know.
are doing this doesn't mean more than 70, we need 70 local for the raised grant match, plus 5.7% of STBG. $3.5 million.
Well, but this last line is various local fed, and I think it includes a 25 raise, but it also includes local, so it's 13 million.
It includes,
But just double check that math.
yeah, it includes 9.2, I believe, of PC bonds, 4.5 million of of local Tucson, and impact fees, and in the $25 million raise grant.
But since we just added STBG, originally it was something like 3 million, 4 million we needed, and we had 7 in excess of the 70, and I'm just not sure since we raised the amount. Let's double check that math if we need to add a few more dollars of local. We just need to double check it.
Okay.
I think that's too much energy to spend here, but looks like we need 4 million for all the STBG in addition to the 7.
Okay.
Don't have money in 29.
Low. That would be the match for the. Okay, well, we'll go back to that later.
Did we want to try to find, it seems like another issue is the 18 million per 12R on 22nd Street in FY 29, and trying to shift that amount up in the program. Is that correct? So I guess I'm wondering if there's another project that could kind of exchange those funds. I think it sounds like having 5 years is problematic for the city, but 4 years is working. So I guess I'm seeing a lot of FERP in 28 on Tangerine. I'm seeing a lot of FERP, some FERP on Harrison 2-lane bridge, 7 million. So I'm wondering if that's something we want to try to tackle right now, or thoughts?
I'll say my thought is when we wrap this up, I'd like to hear what the process is going to be to take the request to RTA board to get access to the 24 million and get that program, because I think that might be a more straightforward solution to some of these near-term funding needs rather than doing the whole swaps around. And we'll need that answer eventually, but how to get that RTA.
Well, and the only big bucket of 28 funding on 12R that I see is Tangerine. So if Marana wanted to flip 28, 29 for us, 28, 29, but that's a question to them, and I don't want to, I don't know how their project is moving, so I don't want to get in the way of that either. So
Does the town of Marana have any thoughts? I don't know if you're still online with us about that option.
Yeah, we're still online. The project, obviously, this is a further phase out. I think there's some land act that needs to be done and environmental clearance. But I think design wise, it's already in process.
So is the town amenable to shifting approximately $19 million of HERF in fiscal year 28 to, would it be fiscal year 29? Because so that the city can move its 19 million of HERF to 28, so it's 4 consecutive years instead of 5.
I doubt we're gonna want to push that out any further. I know that we wanted to get jumping on it.
Okay.
I think another thing everything does not have to be fully programmed. So if those dollars, those STBG dollars, fiscal 29 don't work for 22nd, we can just deprogram them, discuss it later. It doesn't have to be fully programmed today. If that's just not going to work, then we'll just deprogram it.
So honestly, I just need FHWA to tell me that, yes, indeed, you have shown us that you have the money from the local region. And so if they're okay with us showing it on some imaginary spreadsheet for 29, then I'm cool. But if I need that money to make this whole, and we can't sign the agreement in 24 because I can't show them it's made whole, that's the problem. I have it sitting in 29. But I don't know. That's why we're gonna pull together a meeting, so, I mean, it probably would be better to shift it into 28 because that's a more reasonable 5-year program number.
Just don't have any.
I guess the question would be to FHWA, if it's in 29, can you have access to those funds before then? I mean, can there be an agreement made if it's confirmed in the tip that it's programmed?
That's the other question. I mean, that's more the practical question.
Yeah.
Leave it there. Okay, so I think we've more or less taken care of Valencia. I'll clean up the details. We want the construction to be primarily in fiscal 26. So I think we've done that. Not really anything to talk about on, we don't have anything, this sheet does not program any additional funds on ballot 25. We're showing 17.2 million need. The latest cost estimate is 43.1 million. With ineligibles of 500,000, 565,000. Any thoughts on that project?
This is another one that's very nearly ready to advertise. So question of we're currently showing a shortfall of 17. Prepared to do an IGA amendment for construction.
We've got it in, we're working on it. So I guess this is one, if we can't solve that problem with the regional funds, then it goes to the RTA as this is the necessary tool that's got to solve this. So where we've addressed Silver Bell, for example, that one doesn't need RTA assistance. That one we can do with regional, but it looks like we've balanced all the rest of them. And this is the one that's left hanging.
So if you look at, January being the earliest, we could get an IGA amendment and tip amendment, then we're ready to advertise in February is what I'm hearing from the project managers. That actually works.
If I may, just to clarify this, for this project, you're short, what is it? 27 million?
17.3 basically.
And you need the funds, which fiscal years? Which fiscal years do you need the 17 million?
Or 25? I'm sorry, 25 and 26.
Yeah, there's probably enough right now in 24 and just to start. Sure.
Okay.
Anything else on Valencia? Okay, so ballot 30, 22nd Communistica de Houghton. Revised estimate 35,912,000. We've had some programming, so there's no need. We have we've added almost $30 million in fiscal years 25 and 26. Is that programming acceptable in those years? We added 5 million of her in fiscal years 25 and 26. With fiscal year 25, we added 5 million. Fiscal year 26, 24.3 million.
Yeah, and our anticipated earliest construction would be late fiscal year 26. Because the HERF rolls, right? So that's 6:30 will still be available if you don't.
Yep. Yeah, it'll just roll.
This meeting's gonna go on forever. I'm already 4 hours into it at least.
Dan, we can hear you. If you wouldn't mind muting, please.
This meeting or that?
If I may pose a question of the city, sounds like Valencia Cove, of course, is a high priority, and you want to have that fully funded as soon as possible. Is that the same with Camino Seco de Houghton? If not, can there be an adjustment made between those two projects?
I mean, 22nd could go longer. We're just now starting the design. It could get pushed out farther if necessary.
Well, it still has ballot.
Huh?
26. You have to start construction in
Yeah.
26 to meet the RTA.
Got ballot
That's the-
compliance.
That's the issue, right? Is, I mean, willing to push it beyond that, but then that's a whole project that didn't start before the end of the RTA.
You could maybe spread the 12R out beyond 27. Is it a 2-year project to build?
Yeah. And if like on previous segments, we begin utility relocation, in 26, which is highly likely. That could fill a bill.
But I guess, Jamie, to a question you're dancing on, are you saying basically between the two, fully fund Valencia and rather than let 22nd East carry the shortfall, since that one's steps behind?
Up for now.
I mean, that would solve the,
We want to continue not trying to bring our TIM money to the next.
I thank you. You said what I was thinking, which is basically it keeps the RTA money reserved for the most critical situations.
Right.
Which is, I think, what the intent is.
If we can solve the most critical projects right now that need full funding in the near term, I think that's part of this exercise, but with STBG and her.
So yeah, what that does is buy us another year funding cycle. Still have to address it because that's ballot compliance, so we can't push past 26, but we could address that the next year.
What's your question? Or just, okay. Okay, so Harrison, two-lane bridge. We've added a little over $8 million in fiscal years 27 and 28. That satisfies the funding need. The revised cost estimate was $15,750,000 of ineligibles. Is that programming acceptable?
I mean, from a delivery point of view, it is. I just don't, I mean, if it has to start construction in 26, then it clearly doesn't work. That's all. But that's kind of more a question to you. Is that okay?
So there is $5 million in 26. And then if you look at the RTA and HERF in the prior years, it's over $1 million. What would be your design costs?
What are the design costs? Do you remember?
On that far.
We have it in the IGA.
Oh, I thought you were talking
22nd.
about Harris.
Oh, we're talking about Harrison?
Harrison, yeah.
Oh, Harrison, sorry. We were talking about design build and we're talking about starting early FY25 for design build. So probably a little bit more in 25 would be preferable.
So the RTA in 24 that would roll, so that'd be, you'd have over $1 million.
Okay, so that should be enough. Yeah.
Okay. If you started in early 25, that would be June or July of next year, beginning of that fiscal year. So calendar 24, you would start design. Okay.
Well, we're talking about selecting a design builder like next summer.
Okay.
So we'd be starting design shortly after we have a selected design builder, and ostensibly they can move faster than a traditional design, and then you don't have the construction or contractor selection process to figure in timeline wise.
So construction in motion prior to the end of fiscal 26 is
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could start later in 25 so that the money in 28 isn't floating out there not spent, because honestly, just a bridge over the wash is not going to take 3 years.
To me, it would make a lot more sense to take some of that 22nd Street Camino Seco to Houghton, 24 million that's showing in 27 and put it on the Harrison Road project.
okay.
Yeah, to
If
compress
the
the
money's
Harrison.
spread out too much on
Right, for Harrison, it's too
and you're
spread
never
out.
gonna spend $24 million this year
Okay.
on 22nd Street.
True that.
So, okay. Do that. We'll plug in, would you need any dollars in 27 or would you, I guess, with the whole thing in 26 and if it rolls? Unless we want the programming to sort of resemble the actual activity.
First, I don't think it matters.
Right, it doesn't matter. Make sure I got the spreadsheet here.
It's a design build, right? So once we have the contractor on board, if it takes them a little longer to design, if we push it out too far, then we haven't started turning dirt before the end of 26. So I don't know if that matters.
Rick?
Or you moving it
That
the other
makes
way?
sense what you're doing there.
Yeah, so we just, we reduced this. I'm gonna add it here. Catherine, this was your idea, so.
To work?
So, yeah, seems to work.
And it's up to the city, it's their projects, but
Later in 25.
yes.
Okay. All right, so it looks like we solved something there. How does that, there it is.
Will you send this out? Because I'm trying to scribble.
That's what I was gonna.
Absolutely.
We can-
Yeah, I mean,
That's what we're done.
I think so.
I'm not even sure I can read my writing anymore as I scribble all these changes.
So. We, Catherine's suggestion, we reduced just 26, increased Harrison and reduced Harrison in 27, increased 22nd East. So this arrangement works better for Harrison. And then they can just roll it out if they have to. You know, there was a 24 million program there prior, so that's more than they can spend in a year. Okay, so the last project is Houghton. We're discussing, this refers to really what's left here is the 22nd to Irvington phase. This does not include the deferred north piece. And the need or the revised estimate is 76,879, 5.2 million of ineligibles. So the funding need is just under $30 million.
So the latest estimate we had was a 78.4 million cost to complete, not a 76.9,
Okay.
which, yeah, not big of a deal.
So then the need's almost 31 million. This is not a 5% calculation, so we'd probably have to, we'll have to change those ineligibles at some other time, but.
So we should have actual numbers for that, because we've got 100% just
Okay.
sign or construct.
Do you have the ineligibles calculated out?
I mean, I don't.
Rick,
Do you have a copy of that 100% estimate, Rick, yet?
I do, but your 78 is not the same number I'm carrying. So what was the date of your,
Okay, well, let's get together on that one.
I was gonna say mine's August 31st. That's the date of my estimate.
Do we have an updated cost estimate? I mean, it's possible that it's utility relocation increases that happen in between times, but we'll get back with you on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small amount, but yeah, we had calculated the ineligibles, so that was called out because it's
That 5.2 is.
Yeah, so that's calculated.
5.28 roughly.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's a calculated number, not a formulaic number. And that includes utility removals, water, wastewater, everything else. And we are carrying a pretty decent chunk of change for prior rights that's been stated but not verified.
So do we want to use, stay with our,
Stay with ours for, yeah,
For
I would
now?
say,
Okay.
stay with ours for right now.
okay.
Not that big of a,
Assume that
not that big of a difference, but.
yeah,
let's make
for a
sure
couple
we-
$1 million, that's probably lost in the noise of the regular items.
To Catherine David's point on First Avenue North, are those local funds eligible for those eligible costs? That changed the gap.
That's the question again?
So when we apply impact fees to our projects on water and sewer, because of an agreement between the city and county, we are able to expend our construction funding, including impact fees, on city half for our construction of the sewer half. So under normal circumstances, if it's our local money, like impact fees, for example, then we use that on our half of the sewer, which is the agreement between the county and the city city pays for half of water on county's projects and county pays for half of sewer on city projects. So
Right.
because of that agreement, we're able to expend our own local. So that kind of changes that equation a little bit, because we're gonna use our impact fees where we have them against the half of the sewer.
Yeah, the RTA code just says you can't use.
RTA.
Utility work is only eligible if prior rights has been confirmed.
Right, and that's RTA money impact,
RTA
but that's not
funds.
my impact fees, don't follow those rules.
And I don't know, I remember at one time there was a discussion about regional funds following RTA rules and I lost track of all that, so. Traditionally, it's been picked up by water and wastewater.
I can't cause my jurisdiction to change their funding rules.
Right, so, I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing I was getting at, which is basically the way the spreadsheet works is you're taking away what you deemed ineligible by RTA from the project total. And then you're subtracting out all of the other funds, regional, local, whatever, from that new reduced total, and that's your funding gap. But what we're saying is, we're gonna use local money to cover that ineligible cost. Because there's not another flavor of money for us to pick from.
Local money that's already shown.
Yeah, the local money already shown.
Right. And to be clear, that local money, whether it's expended by a sewer department, a water department, or an impact fee fund, all counts in the federalized as matching local funds.
The only time, I mean, in my thought, the only time you're gonna have different funding coming in is, sometimes we have the actual utility company has to move their own facilities, if there aren't prior rights. That would be funding you don't show here, but you don't know that until you're very late in the game.
But for jurisdictional utilities, it's
It doesn't
different.
follow that, right?
Right.
Exactly.
A water company is different than a water
We did.
jurisdictional department, for instance.
Do you want to go through them one more time?
I'm just sensing the room. I mean, we've been here a long time. We've actually went through all the projects. We also, we had ADOT present on its TIP amendment and its proposal for 27 to 28. So thank you for that. We're able to kind of highlight some of the key aspects of this process. For this worksheet, I think we've got some good progress. I think some takeaways that I heard from this worksheet, we need to try to fully fund Valencia. That still hasn't happened. We need to have a meeting to talk about 22nd Street and how that funding is going to work. Okay. We also need to reconcile the ADOT TIP amendment and proposed project that's with the worksheet. And I did hear a question about the process to gain access to the 24.5 million of RTA for this exercise. There's some residual cleanup here that needs to happen that we talked about. As you were talking, City of Tucson, about 22nd Street match, maybe I was a little overzealous in trying to simplify things by decapitalizing Valencia, because that might have actually caused more problems. So we may have to go back to how it was. So apologies, but because I think we want to make sure we don't jeopardize the match.
Right.
Okay.
It's on the numbers, we kind of need to go back because some of that 38.7 is.
It's local.
Okay.
And some of the ineligible costs are also considered local.
Once you guys have the meeting with that FHWA tag, that's when we'll really know. We
Right,
have to
exactly.
squeeze it
Yes,
in.
we can guess a lot, but until I.
Well,
and,
but
you know,
by our math, we got 75 million roughly. Within a million, that's gotta be non-federal money, which, yeah, by my calculations, we're probably
Could be good.
about 7 or 8 on the plus side.
Yeah.
So you're right in that we've got to watch it, because we're now into single digit millions, and one fiscal year change would tip that apple
Yeah.
cart pretty good.
When we did the calculations at the beginning of the meeting, like, oh, we got 7 million and we need 4 for the.
Wild card is what,
So now we're down to 1.
the big wild card is what's been spent. That's the unknown. And when we've gotten an update earlier this year, it was not 1 or 2 million, it was like 10. So we've got a little cushion, but that cushion is not accounting for what's been spent. And if that's been, because it's pre-construction services, so it counts. If it's pulling all that down, then we are at a razor's edge. So I think we are going to be close to Jamie's point.
Thank you.
If I may, as I'm trying to wrap up some takeaways and follow-up items, is there anything else I missed? And I'll hand it back over to you, Ms. Lori, to wrap up the meeting. Okay. Was there anything I missed in terms of the things we did?
Shared a spreadsheet with us. Was that on the list?
So it's first sharing the spreadsheet. It's not really ready yet, so I'll take the liberty to add the match amount kind of as it is. And send it out that way, or just, do you want to see it just as it is currently? Because the way it is right now, there are a few things that need to be cleaned up.
I would say send both. Send, this is what it looked like when we got done seeing it. And then if you guys are gonna tinker more afterwards to fine tune, send that version as well. Because we'll probably, I want to know what we got done seeing it here and what changes.
Okay.
Did we ever finish talking about the Houghton? 22nd Irvington, 30 million?
That's true. I don't think we actually finished. Yes, the need is just under $30 million. I think we got into a discussion about the ineligibles. That's where we stopped, but we did not make any recommendations for that segment.
When are we ready for construction on that? We're ready for construction on that in 25. That's when the utilities say they're gonna be out of the way.
Fiscal 25 or calendar or both? Okay, so
So we can make it 26 and just be under the wire, but I don't think that one matters because we've got other phases come up before, yeah.
Okay. Those dollars.
I may, just to clarify, is there flexibility with the HERF 12R that's programmed in FY 24? Could that be shifted out or is that,
Definitely shift it out.
okay? 'Cause
We
that might
just
be something
need
we
to
keep.
have enough in that for whatever utilities run prior. Like, is there a little bit of right away?
How far out could we shift the funds? 5?
25.
Okay.
Well, we need to have enough that there's a little bit of, right of way, utility relocation, some of that is in prior rights. And, so whatever those amounts are, and I don't have them off the top of my head, would have to be in, you know, like, stay in like 24, 25. But we could, feel like it's up to 26, I think, or.
Right now, if we wanted to pick a number, Jamie, 1.5, 1 million for utility prior rights has been, that's what we're carrying as a placeholder, 500,000 left on right away. So if you wanted to put 500,000 in fiscal year 24 to cover that ongoing activity and then drop the million in fiscal year 25, that makes the math work.
Yeah.
And that would
Have a
jive
bit
with
of
what we've
fluff
been given.
Just in case we're wrong on some of the prior rights, yeah.
Okay, thank you. One last thing I'd like to add to that list, and perhaps we can include it. We do need to keep track of the RTA, as how our projects land and what phase and what period they're in. So, we were to add that to the document, or Rick, do you have any other suggestions? Because we need to work towards that as a regional goal, to make sure we hit all of those projects on.
That's the key thing. We've just got to make sure we hit ballot compliance of starting construction by the end of fiscal year 26. And I mean, that's kind of been the guillotine hanging all over everybody. And that's on the brand new ones, Grant UP, Harrison, Valencia Central, 22nd East, First Ave South. I think that's them. Those are the ones that right now don't have a previous phase that we can take credit for where we've hit ballot compliance. So those are the ones to make sure we keep at the hot list, that any funding shifts and adjustments on that can't compromise fiscal year 26. Pardon me?
Sorry.
I do not know what would happen. I know it just doesn't comply with ballot, and then that would probably be an audit finding, and I don't know what else would happen after that. I can't speak to something of what that would be.
I heard Harrison.
So I'll rattle them off slower, sorry. Grant UP, Harrison, Valencia Central, that's the I-19 to Alvernon, that's what we call it here. 22nd East, which is Camino Seco to Houghton, and First Ave South, which is Grant to River.
You say two Valencias, Valencia I-19 and Valencia.
No, Valencia Central is the Valencia I-19 to Alvernon. We just call it Central to distinguish between the east side and west side. It's easier. Can never remember the endpoints, so. Should be 5, Grant UP, Harrison, Valencia Central, 22nd East, First Ave South.
Valencia I-19 hour.
Valencia Central is I-19 to Alvernon. Those are the actual ballot limits. Just working there.
And then, so Irvington, that's the ADOT project, would also fall on that list.
Technically would, except they've already authorized the funds on that one, correct? Didn't you guys do that in fiscal year 23?
Not construction funds.
Not construction.
Construction funds won't be authorized till 25.
Right.
Design fund, design is moving forward.
But you've authorized the RTA fund allocation of the SDBG.
Yes.
Yes. You're both correct. So yes, that falls in that category as well. They'll meet that one easily.
And then our First Avenue, because it's an RTA next, will be fine if RTA next passes. If RTA next doesn't pass, then all of a sudden we have to get it under construction by the end of 26.
Yeah, 22nd Street and how.
And yes, the 4 deferreds get put into a real monkey wrench if the RTA plan
The
doesn't
other
go.
3 have the flag planted, don't they?
Yes, the other 3, it's just number 4 is the only one that's
Design done already? Is it design? Is it design done?
You already started.
Yeah.
That's why.
We don't
It's a
think so
deferred-
because the RTA next changes the scope. So
That's correct.
we-
Design starts in 2026 already, okay.
No, you gotta start construction.
Yeah, start construction.
And the key thing,
What's the word besides?
Catherine's point is correct that it's in that gray area where we're talking on it, moving on it, but there's no activity on it and there's nothing that's been done so far. And there wouldn't be because it's not an approved scope at this point in time. So you're right, that's kind of caught in a quagmire on that. All the rest are period compliance. I've already met it.
I was just saying, Baraza is, it's only for design right of way, it doesn't include construction.
And
That's why
it
it's not.
does not have a ballot number. It's programmed for period 4, but it doesn't have a compliance issue.
Thank you, and
That's-
just to follow up on that, and the reason that we have your projects shown on the Excel sheet today is because when we made a request a couple of months ago on being able to federalize a project too. So that's the only project on that deferred list that's shown on the spreadsheet. I just wanted to clarify that for everyone. Hey, do we have any other questions about that? So earlier, several hours ago, we broke this item up into 2 actions, so thank you for that. So now let's revisit this possible action. So I'm just gonna read the whole thing out and then we can work on it together as a group. So item number 6, recommendation on the programming of fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 29 funds, including any state funds on ADAP projects and available regional HERF 12-6 and STBG funds on RTA corridor projects. For discussion and possible action, the recommendations on programming of FY 24 to 29 funds, including state funds on ADAP projects and available STBG funds on 12-6 funds on requirements and determinations of additional funds needed for eligible RTA corridor project. FY recommendations will be included in the draft project list to be adopted during the next cycle of development. As we broke the 2 items out, we are moving forward the amendment, which is 22080. That will be on the next TPC agenda. And then the second half of the project or the item, how would the group like to proceed? With the continuation on the motion? Can I get someone to read on that motion, please? Continue this item until our next meeting. Next scheduled meeting or notice meeting.
Have an idea of when that meeting might be?
I think it would be helpful to have it sooner than later.
Although I would say some of it is contingent on perhaps this meeting with FHWA and getting that scheduled. So we will try to move as quickly as we can, but understand that we want to make good use of your time and not meet prematurely.
Right, and some of the projects like Silver Bell and Valencia are the 2 that come most quickly to mind. We'd like to have actual TIP amendments to get those done and IGA amendments to get those moving, right? Because those are going to be ready sooner than later. And so to leave those in the same pile.
On that one, if you do have IGA amendments that you would like to request, please work closely with Rick on that.
Yeah.
And if you're prepared to bring those forwards, once the IGAs are approved, then we can do the TIP amendments. So that's the
Right, I mean, we have been, but
I think we need the tip for the J in this case.
Can they happen at the same meeting?
We're targeting January.
They can't happen at the same meeting.
Or one of the other ones, yeah. Valencia, we're trying to get it on the December one. Right now, we're working on it. I think it was Silver Bell. Rick kicking around could be at the same time.
but doesn't Valencia also need a TIP amendment to get it onto that? thought we were short money, that we would need a TIP amendment.
We were, and now we've adjusted, so,
This isn't a TIP amendment yet.
No, we're not ready to get to the TIP amendment stage quite yet.
yeah.
Right, and that's what I mean. Those are the two that sort of float up to the top that just continuing it sort of doesn't quite meet the delivery.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk more about what the plan is.
Okay, so next steps. Let's outline those as a group, just to make sure we're all in agreement. So we understand you'll be reaching out on 22nd Street and working to set up a meeting for this 3 jurisdictions to talk together. Okay. We have some IGA actions that need to be discussed, and whom will be the lead on IGAs for the city?
For the Valencia one is Bob Rowan thing.
Okay.
And for the well, it's Kyle DeWitt.
And then PAG RTA staff will be working on updating these 2 spreadsheets. First item will be the one that was completed today. We'll be sharing out as is. Second will be the follow-up clean option so that we can see, we talked about it. Now we're going to show you what we did. So that'll be a pair of PDFs.
I wrote down reconcile the ADOT proposals, the amendment and the project list with the worksheet. The question about the 24.5 million of RTA, just getting a little bit firmer answer on that, I think, in terms of the timing when to introduce that. During priorities are Silver Bell and Valencia to get fully funded.
The potential on program for
Oh, yeah. That's good.
I think that was under a different.
That was an earlier item that I asked it under, but in terms of before we reconvene again,
next class, great.
They'll make a difference on the spreadsheet.
Great. Anything else? Going once? Anyone online? Okay, great. So then we just made a motion to continue. So chair, I'm not able to make that motion.
Make a motion to continue.
Thank you, Lisa. Can I get a second, please? Paul, everyone in agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Thank you. Online. Anyone disagree? Thank you. With that, we move on to item 7, adjournment. Thank you, everyone, for spending the day with us.
Thanks for the food.
Thanks for lunch.
Yeah, thanks for the one.